17 http://www.whitehouse.gov/news/releases/2002/20021213.html 18 http://www.state.gov/r/PA/PRS/DPB/2002/15976.html 139. Violent and aggressive, and the state had taken no action to inhibit freedom of expression. But those receiving the information up in Washington did not know that the report was false. The same report discussed Cuban troops and Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia guerrillas in Venezuela to support Chavez, 1 clearly intending to link the Venezuelan leader to Colombian guerrilla groups, opening the door to international intervention. 19. Chapter 9. Electoral Intervention. The U.S/S Last Hope. The Rise of SUMAIT. In a strange coincidence of time, place, and facts, a new entity was born in Venezuela. As SAIC was pushed out of PDVSA, losing its grip on the most important oil industry in the Western Hemisphere, SUMAIT, a technologically advanced, elections-focused non-profit run by opposition-aligned wealthy Venezuelans was established. SUMAIT's premiere came at the tail end of the strike, which had failed in its objective of ousting Chavez, but had succeeded in making Venezuelans' lives miserable through economic devastation. The opposition was heeding the early elections calls of the U.S., but the government rightfully refused to permit such an unconstitutional gesture. SUMAIT offered an alternative to a desperate opposition movement and an eager U.S. government: a referendum. Venezuela's 1999 constitution includes a provision in Article 72 to request a recall referendum on any public official's mandate after the halfway point of the term has been met. The referendum must be solicited by 20% of the electorate, and then a greater number of voters than elected the official must vote to recall, and those recall votes must be a majority over those voting to keep the official in office. It is a complex process. Unfortunately, SUMAIT, riding high on its clever proposal, forgot to read the content of Article 72 in early February 2003, and began a signature drive to petition for a referendum. 141. In early 2003, more than 3,000 laptop computers had been shipped to SUMAIT headquarters in Caracas from an unknown source in the United States. On the day of the petition drive, Venezuelan authorities discovered several hundred laptops with PVSA tags in the possession of SUMAIT workers. They had been stolen from the oil industry offices during the strike. Claiming they had collected 27 million signatures in support of a recall referendum on President Chavez's mandate in just one day, SUMAIT demanded the government immediately convene an election. SUMAIT's demands fell short on the ears of the Venezuelan government, since the halfway point of President Chavez's term had not yet been met. Another government heard their cries loud and clear. The U.S. government awarded SUMAIT for their brave and bold actions handsomely. Both the NED and USAID granted SUMAIT funds to continue their fight for the referendum. 3. SUMAIT, in the likes of Via Civica in Nicaragua, was held out by the U.S. government to be a neutral entity devoted to electoral education, but SUMAIT's own website clearly stated the organization's objective was to promote a recall referendum against President Chavez. 4. Furthermore, SUMAIT's vice president and treasurer, Maria Corina Machado, had signed the infamous Carmona Decree during the coup, evidencing a clear anti-Chavez bias and undemocratic tendencies. And SUMAIT's president, Alejandro Plaza, was the director of the Andean office of McKinsey & Company, a consulting firm notoriously linked to the CIA. The referendum. For fiscal year 2003, USAID's ODI requested $5,074,000 for its Venezuela operations. NED gave out more than $1 million to its Venezuela grantees and counterparts, which were the very same organizations that had just spearheaded the illegal 64-day strike that devastated Venezuela's economy. DI also continued to dish out grants to projects falling within its VICC program. After the failure of the strike, it became clear that the opposition needed to consolidate and focus on a real solution, an electoral solution that would appear legitimate in the eyes of the world. The Constitution opened the doors to the possibility of the recall referendum, and in May 2003, after more than 9 months of brokering by the OAS, the opposition agreed to seek a peaceful and constitutional solution to the crisis. Since early elections were unconstitutional, the referendum would be the only possible way of prematurely removing President Chavez from office. Sumait immediately spearheaded a campaign to force the government to accept the signatures it had gathered back in February 2003. The private media and international press, encouraged by the U.S. government, supported this demand. Claims that the Chavez's government was preventing a constitutional referendum from occurring were continuously repeated by U.S. government spokesmen, despite the fact that the Article 72 requirements had not been met. Venezuela's National Electoral Council, CNE, an autonomous governmental body, pronounced that it would not accept signatures gathered in clear violation of referendum requirements. The CNE then released a clear set of rules and guidelines that would regulate the referendum process. A date was set in late November for a petition drive to be held in support of a recall referendum. If the required 20% of registered voters' signatures, approximately 2.4 million, were obtained, then a recall referendum on President Chavez's mandate would be held. Sumait promptly launched a massive media and propaganda campaign in support of the petition drive, referred to as the Reformazo. Utilizing NED and USAID funding, Sumait mass-produced anti-Chavez and pro-referendum materials which were distributed nationwide. The organization also produced little blue cards that affirmed a voter had signed. 143. The petition for a recall referendum. The cards were distributed at petition drive tables and voters were told to turn them into employers, or else face termination. It was blackmail paid for by the United States government. In fall 2003, the OD requested and was authorized an additional $6,345,000 for use in Venezuela during 2004. USAID also gave $1,775 million to the Carter Center, run by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, to observe and mediate the referendum, who would, despite this infusion of cash, later certify the referendum results in favor of Chavez. Around that date, USAID awarded the International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute more than $2 million for ensuring credible electoral processes and strengthening political parties in Venezuela during 2003 to 2004. In one grant totaling $769,000 to ND, USAID required $300,000 to be distributed to local subgrantees. Sumait was the primary local group referred to in the grant. The grant project called for local organizations to engage in electoral observation, voter registry monitoring and training of polling site officials, activities that when conducted at the behest and supervision of a foreign government are sure signs of intervention. Moreover, it is hard to believe a grant program aimed at conducting pre-election, election day and post-election monitoring, including a quick count for a recall referendum on President Chavez's mandate premised on the notion that Chavez is populist, authoritarian and controversial would be fair and balanced. With USAID money, ND helped Sumait build its organization and volunteer-based structure. The $769,000 grant permitted ND to design observer manuals for the Venezuelan context, work with groups to establish an effective train-the-trainers pyramid training structure and help groups build alliances with other institutions and sectors to strengthen their volunteer base. ND helped Sumait develop training materials, observer forms, software, public education information and other tools in Spanish. Basically everything Sumait needed to run the recall referendum campaign paid for by the U.S. 144. While ND was focusing on Sumait and the recall referendum campaign, IRI was making use of a $450,000 USAID grant to train opposition political parties for the anticipated upcoming elections that would take place once Chavez lost the recall referendum. Working with parties such as Primero Justicia, Proyecto Venezuela, AD, COPI, MAS, Alianza Bravo Pueblo and others, IRI provided training in campaign organization and structure, message development, grassroots campaigning, membership and recruitment, fundraising and other aspects of professional campaigning. The U.S. government sure was banking on Chávez's removal by the looks of its heavily financed preparations and trainings for a post-Chávez government. As Roger Noriega, Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemisphere Affairs, affirmed shortly before the referendum, "We have invested a lot of money in this process." 6. The Venezuela terrorist connection. Right around the time of the Reformazo, in fall 2003, the U.S. launched another attack against the Chávez's government, this time claiming Venezuela was harboring terrorist training camps and was collaborating with the Colombian FARC and EFN, both groups on the U.S. list of international terrorist organizations. An October article in U.S. News & World Reports by Finder Robinson, entitled "Terror Close to Home," claimed that Al-Qaeda, FARC and EFN terrorists had training camps scattered throughout Venezuela. The article included a big map of Venezuela with markings identifying the training camps. The oil-rich but politically unstable nation of Venezuela is emerging as a potential hub of terrorism in the Western Hemisphere, providing assistance to Islamic radicals from the Middle East and other terrorists, say senior U.S. military and intelligence officials. Middle Eastern terrorist groups are operating. 6 http://www.hogata.usambassv.gov 145. Support cells in Venezuela and other locations in the Andean region. Venezuela is supporting armed opposition groups from neighboring Colombia. These groups are on the official U.S. list of terrorist organizations and are also tied to drug trafficking. 7. The allegations were based on comments by an anonymous U.S. official and an exhaustive investigation conducted by the magazine that was never substantiated. In fact, Brigadier General Benjamin R. Mixon, Director of Operations at the Pentagon's Miami-based U.S. Southern Command, later confirmed to the Miami Herald. The Southern Command has no information about Venezuela supporting terrorists. 8. A United Press International, UPI, article also claimed there was a connection between the Venezuelan government and Islamic terrorist networks. The UPI article went so far as to claim that Chávez was harboring Al-Qaeda suicide bombers that were involved in the September 11, 2001 attacks in the United States. Investigators named 2 Venezuelan-based Al-Qaeda suspects, Hakeem Mahmoud A1 Diab Fattah, who was deported from the U.S. on suspicion of involvement with the September 11, 2001 attacks, and Rahman Hazel Mohammed Alan, who is jailed in the UK for smuggling an explosive device onto a British Airways flight. American and British officials complain that their investigations are stymied because the government of President Hugo Chavez has dismantled U.S. trained intelligence units which tracked terrorist connections among the half-million-strong Venezuelan Arab community. Chavez has instead brought in Cuban and Libyan advisors to run his security services, according to American, British and other European diplomatic officials in Caracas. 9. The UPL article mentions no official sources by name nor provides any substantive evidence for its claims. Moreover, subsequent to this round of articles making outrageous claims about Venezuela's alleged connections to Al-Qaeda and other terrorist groups, no further mention was made of the issue. But in the end, the claims were merely scare tactics and part of a strategy to isolate the Chávez's government in the international community and provide a justification for intervention. Yet again, the strategy failed. The Guarimba. Despite these international pressures, the signature collection process to institute the referendum went smoothly. The CNE later determined only 1.9 million signatures valid, while another nearly 1 million were set aside and questioned for fraud. More than 800,000 signature lines had been filled out with duplicate handwriting in violation of CNE regulations. The opposition reacted to the news with violence. In February 2004, newly formed extremist factions in the Coordinadora Democrática launched the Guarimba, a plan allegedly created by Cuban Venezuelan Robert Alonso. The Guarimba called for right-wing groups to engage in widespread civil disobedience and violence in the streets of Caracas and other metropolitan areas, provoking repressive reactions from state forces that would then justify cries of human rights violations and lack of constitutional order. 147. The Guarimba lasted from February 27 to March 1, 2004, and during that period, numerous Venezuelan citizens were injured and arrested for violations of law. Guarimba provocateurs burned garbage in the streets, blocked roadways, and threw Molotov cocktails and other homemade bombs at security forces. The opposition-controlled media in Venezuela quickly broadcast to the world a prepared version of events that cited the government as the repressor and portrayed claims of those arrested during that period for breaking the law as victims of torture and unlawful arrest. The Guarimba starkly resembled the Chileanization strategy applied in Chile and Nicaragua, using similar tactics and provoking identical results. As a result of the violence and instability again caused by the opposition, the Venezuelan government agreed to allow those signatures that had appeared fraudulent to be reaffirmed by the señors over a 4-day period regulated by the CNE. The opposition was provided with a second opportunity to legitimately obtain the necessary 2.4 million signatures needed to hold the recall referendum. The signature repair period, reparo, as it was known, was held at the end of May 2004. The Carter Center and the OAS provided international observation, paid for by USAID. By about 100,000 signatures, the opposition obtained the necessary 2.4 million and the referendum date was set for August 15, 2004. Plan Consenso pa Bush. Plan Consensus for Bush. About 5 days after the announcement confirming the referendum, the opposition released an alternative plan for a transitional post-Chavez government. Entitled Plan Country Consensus, the project appeared as the first attempt by the opposition to offer Venezuelans anything beyond a strict get Chavez out of office position. The opposition had been highly criticized internationally for having no concrete plans, no viable candidates to oppose Chavez and no platform on which to campaign. The Plan Country Consensus appeared as the 148 magic solution. But Plan Consensus polished offerings were not born independently from the opposition. They were in fact the result of a NED grant to CIPE CETIS in 2003, combined with USAID funding that had gone through DI to several opposition groups, including Liderazgo y Vision and Queremos Elegir. Additionally, both IRI and D had played roles and had financed the crafting of this alternative agenda. It was the goal of the U.S. to win the referendum and install a transitional government that would work best in its interests. As such, the referendum campaign, via SUMATE and the CD, and the alternative agenda, via NED and USAID grantees, were financed and overseen by U.S. government agents. 10. The NED chose CETIS as the principal drafter of an agenda for a transitional government despite the fact that CETIS's president, Rocio Guillaro, was one of the initial señors of the Carmona Decree and was chosen by Carmona to represent NGOs at his swearing-in ceremony. CETIS also happened to be one of the most fervently outspoken anti-Chavez groups in Venezuela, whose leaders attempted several times to convince NED program director Christopher Sabatini that a coup d'état did not take place on April 11, 2002, but rather it was a popular uprising against a dictator. 1. But the Plan Consensus project represented nothing to Venezuelans that they hadn't heard before, shallow promises and a return to a neoliberal agenda. The NED-funded project brought together representatives from almost every organization and political party connected to the opposition umbrella group, the Coordinadora Democrática, and even included members of the Catholic Church and former PDVSA executives. Many of these same individuals and their organizations had just participated in 2 illegal and destructive activities against democracy, the coup and the strike. The CETIS Plan Consensus project was based on the premise that a national agenda that induces the adoption of free market reforms is particularly important at the present time. The one thing separating the country from full revolutionary control the fact that the Chavez government was the result of free elections, as was the Nazi regime in its inception. 1-2. The U.S. government was funding an organization that nonchalantly compared the Chavez's administration to the Nazi regime and was working to implement the type of free market reforms the Venezuelan government had been elected to avoid. Furthermore, the list of organizations represented in the project read like a who's who, one of Custer's and organizations feverish to get rid of Chavez by any means. Plan Consensus Committee members Maxim Ross of Asamblea de Ciudadanos and Domingo Alberto Rangel of Resistencia Civil were Carmona de Cris Seniors, along with Rocio Guillaro, Director of SEDIS and Supervisor of the project, Cipriano Heredia, representing Vision Emergente, and Tomas Pes of Red Universitaria, and Elias Santana, head of Alianza Civica, signed onto a public civil society document recognizing the legitimacy of Carmona's coup government. Project Advisory Committee members Hugo Fonseca, Viso, Jorge Badi, and Albiz Munoz were representatives of Feed Cameras, which had spearheaded both the coup and the strike. Advisory Committee members Jesus Ubieta I and Nelson Landaez represented the CTV, the labor union responsible for teaming up with Feed Cameras during the coup and the strike, and committee member Nelson Benitez represented Gente de Petróleo, the PDVSA worker organization responsible for initiating the illegal oil industry strike. Representatives from the opposition parties COPI, AD, Un Solo Pueblo, Alianza Bravo Pueblo and Primero Justicia were also participants in the project. 1-4. Once it was revealed that Plan Consensus had been financed by the U.S. government, Chavez went wild. Plan Consenso pa Bush, Plan Consensus for Bush, he called it Made in USA, Made in USA. Diego Urbania, representative of the Coordinadora Democrática and spokesman for the Plan Consensus project, conceded defeat almost immediately. Though initially launched with great enthusiasm by the opposition as the alternative to Chavez, within a week, there was no mention at all of the infamous Plan Consensus. The opposition's own misjudgment, and the U.S. government's, had once again led to their failure. The Pater experiment. Meanwhile, DI had distributed 67 grants totaling $2.3 million over the previous few months, more than half of which were focused on the referendum in a post-Chavez Venezuela. When USAID responded to the FOIA request for information on its Venezuela projects, it purposely decided to withhold the names of all organizations and recipients of U.S. taxpayer dollars in Venezuela. In a few cases, administrative errors were made and beneficiaries such as Sumate, Carlos Fernandez, and Mirador Democrático were revealed. But as for the majority of the 67 grants, only project names were left uncensored along with the program descriptions. Some projects were easy to decipher, such as the Un Sueño para Venezuela, A Dream for Venezuela, a proposal of the NED-funded organization Liderazgo y Vision for yet another alternative to Chavez, but most were identifiable by project name only. Of the 67 grants for 2003 to 2004, one thing in particular stood out: 6 grants were focused on the community of Pater, one of Venezuela's most populated neighborhoods and a major pro-Chavez support base. Pater is the most populated sector of Greater Caracas. Located in the municipality of Sucre in Miranda State, Pater is primarily a working-class and poor barrio with a few middle and upper-class zones. Although typically known as a Chavez stronghold, to the surprise of many, something happened in 151. Pater during the recall referendum against President Chavez on August 15, 2004, the opposition SI vote received higher numbers than expected in contrast to the no vote to keep Chavez. The 6 USAID DI grants in Pater were primarily focused on citizen development and political formation and improving community relations. One grant worth $22,081 titled Tendiendo Puentes Comunitarios para Fortalecer la Vida Democrática en Nuestras Comunidades, Building Community Bridges to Strengthen Democratic Life in Our Communities, was allegedly set on helping to mend relations between the upper and middle class communities in the Pater sector and the majority lower class. Another grant to the tune of $53,000, Mi Barrio, Un Espacio Democrático para el Consenso y el Desarrollo, My Neighborhood, a democratic space for consensus and development, was focused on helping poor community members develop democratic values. Diálogo y Resolución de Conflictos, Dialogue and Conflict Resolution, was another Pater-based LGSED-DI effort to allegedly teach the working poor how to communicate in a democracy. And the Flowery Acciones Vecinales para la Armonía y el Entendimiento, Neighborhood Actions for Harmony and Understanding, was a $34,215 project to try and help community members get along. The more obscure experiencia local de negociación y legitimación de consensos. Los derechos de la infancia en Sucre, local experience in negotiation and consensus legitimatizing. The rights of infants in Sucre, brought in another $6,000, and the more general, prevention de la violencia cotidiana, prevention of everyday violence, brought a whopping $49,830 into the neighborhood. There are two things striking about these Pater-based grants. 1. The USAID grants in Pater were not only condescending and patronizing to community members, treating them all as poor, uneducated, and valueless citizens, but they were also attempts to teach democratic values and development methodologies not native to Venezuela. The grants brought in U.S. imposed values and notions to attempt to sway 152 of public opinion. Precisely the idea behind these formation-focused grants was to influence the ideology and political formation of Venezuela's base, its vast poor majority, which also just happens to be Chávez's largest support base. In Pater, the true battle of the ideas was taking place, and by the looks of the referendum results, the U.S. was winning. The second striking aspect about the grants was the fact that the majority of Pater community members had never heard of a single one of them. More than $200,000 was invested in their community for democratic and political formation and conflict resolution, and most Pater residents never even partook in the projects. But even more intriguing were the numerous eyewitness accounts to Miranda State Deputy Carlos Oscariz of the opposition party Primero Justicia, IRI's Venezuelan counterpart, going door to door, along with his aides, in Pater's poorest neighborhoods in the weeks before the referendum, offering 150,000 bolívares, about $75, and a bag of food for a SI vote. It is not hard to imagine that hunger would win over principles, even in a politically charged environment. It would make sense then, that if USAID had invested more than $200,000 in Pater in the months preceding the referendum, and the majority of Pater residents had never even heard of the grant projects and programs allegedly taking place in their neighborhood, that somehow, some of that $200,000 showed up in Carlos Oscariz's offerings to poor Pater community members. In the end, the desired result was the same, whether via legitimate grant programs or political bribes: win the recall referendum and get rid of Chávez. In Pater, they figured out an easy way to achieve that goal: prey on poverty. Lucky for Chávez and his supporters, the state of Miranda, which houses Pater, won the no vote by a mere few percentage points. So the Pater losses had no serious impact on the vote outcome, though they did affect the stability of a community more than 1 million strong. The Pater experiment suffered a further defeat at the hands of pro-Chávez forces on October 31, 2004, during regional elections. 153. Then Governor of Miranda State Enrique Mendoza lost to a pro-Chávez candidate, Diosdado Cabello, demonstrating Chávez's enduring popularity there. Witnesses in Pater say that since Mendoza lost the governorship, Primero Justicia has been suspiciously absent from their neighborhoods. Penn, Schern and Berland U.S. polling firm of choice. Despite the millions of dollars invested in the opposition to Chávez, 1-5 on August 15, 2004, more than 59% of voters ratified his mandate to keep him in office. Even though both the Carter Center and the OAS certified the official CNE referendum results, the opposition, led by the U.S. financed Sumate, cried fraud. Sumate claimed it had conducted an exit poll, together with the U.S. polling firm Penn, Schern and Berland, a firm previously used in electoral interventions in Nicaragua, Panama, and Yugoslavia, which showed the exact opposite results, indicating that the vote to recall Chávez had exceeded 59%. 1-6 Another exit poll, conducted by IR's counterpart, Primero Justicia, also showed the same result. All other exit polls conducted by international firms and independent observers were in line with the official CNE results. However, Sumate and the CD claimed the vote had been fraudulently calculated, and they refused to recognize the results. A few strange things happened on August 15, 2004. The British newspaper The Independent, released an article on the night of August 15 prior to the end of voting with the headline "Venezuela's Chavez on brink of referendum defeat." The article claimed that the Venezuelan president, Hugo Chavez, looked to be losing his grip on power last night as exit polls showed him to be trailing the opposition by almost 1 million votes. The mid-morning results showed that the opposition, already boasting an enormous 1,758,000 votes to Chavez's 798,000, is well on its way to reaching the target of 3.76 million votes it needs to oust the authoritarian, left-wing president. Mid-morning results? Exit polls? The Independent was reporting the opposition winning as of 10:49 a.m. EST, a mere 3 to 4 hours after polls had opened. Not even the worst, most biased Venezuelan journalists reported such a victory before noon. The polls on August 15 were open until midnight. Per CNE regulations, release of exit poll data was prohibited before the official tally had been announced in order to avoid any disturbances or violence due to the very polarized and delicate political situation the nation was living. But Sumate, along with its U.S. counterpart, Penn, Schern and Berland, leaked the information on the Internet, in clear violation of CNE rules. The exit poll leak was part of a ploy to generate belief that the opposition was going to win. All day long, the private media gave full coverage to referendum-related events, but the stations primarily broadcast images of anti-Chavez voters at the polls. Opposition politicians and leaders were interviewed on private media news shows attesting to their belief that Chavez would lose. The private media was clearly creating an opinion matrix, and they were once again censoring voices and information that disproved their claims. At about 9:30 p.m., it became clear that the opposition had lost. The private channels switched from coverage of anti-Chavez voter lines and began broadcasting old movies and infomercials. Despite the ongoing miles-long lines in pro-Chavez 155 neighborhoods that continued well into midnight, the private media had decided the voting was over. They couldn't show what was really happening, that more Chavista voters were out there than the opposition had mustered up, or else the millions of Venezuelans watching television over the past few months and years would realize they had been deceived all along. No, it was best for opposition-aligned Venezuelans to go to bed watching old movies and believing that they had won the referendum. That way, they would buy the claims of fraud the opposition was prepared to present the next day once the official CNE results declared Chavez the winner. After the polls closed around midnight, the results were fairly clear. The no vote had maintained approximately a 20-point lead over the SI vote throughout the day. Chavez had not been recalled. Before the official announcement could be made by the CNE Directorate, the Democratic coordinator decided they would not accept the results. They informed the CNE of this decision, along with the Carter Center and the OAS. Though such a factor should not have altered the official determination of the CNE, the announcement was delayed. The Carter Center and the OAS had decided to hear out the Democratic coordinator and their claims of fraud. Cesar Gaviria's long night. Around 1 a.m., there was a breakdown. Cesar Gaviria, representing the OAS in Venezuela, had taken sides with the opposition. The OAS, per Gaviria's decision, was not going to certify the referendum results. The Carter Center, however, did not believe the claims of fraud, particularly considering the opposition had presented no evidence whatsoever of any fraud or wrongdoing during the referendum. Carter was going to certify. In the days before the referendum, Jimmy Carter had requested a private meeting with President Chavez. In that meeting, Carter told Chavez he believed he would win the referendum. Carter felt sure that Chavez had the votes. He only 156. Asked the Venezuelan president to take the win in stride and to be reconciliatory, not reproachful. Cesar Gaviria, on the other hand, had a history of tacitly supporting the opposition to Chavez. He considered Chavez an authoritarian and consistently pushed statements and measures against the Venezuelan government on the rest of the OAS members. The representative Gaviria had chosen to lead the OAS mission in Venezuela. Fernando Jaramillo had been expelled in May 2004 from Venezuela for allegedly showing bias towards the opposition. Less than 1 month before the referendum, Walter Moreira, the Brazilian ambassador to the OAS, had been appointed as the chief envoy to Venezuela. Since Gaviria had spent the greater part of the previous 2 years working in Venezuela, he remained a part of the OAS referendum observation team. In the early morning hours of August 16, Jimmy Carter and Cesar Gaviria came head-to-head. Gaviria was not budging. He was not going along with Carter. Were Gaviria's decision based on solid evidence and fact, Carter probably would have joined him in rejecting the CNE's official results. But since Gaviria's last-minute turnabout was due to his political alignment with the opposition, Carter was determined to convince him otherwise. 3 hours of negotiations went by, and at 4 a.m., Gaviria was still not going to certify the results. Even when CNE President Francisco Carrasquero read the official results at 4:35 a.m., guaranteeing Chávez's victory, the uneasiness of Gaviria's decision echoed through Miraflores Palace. The general public, luckily, was not privy to this information, and those who supported Chávez were able to carelessly soak in their victory. By noon on August 16, Gaviria had come around. Moreira was in Caracas and apparently had played a big part in Gaviria's change of heart. The OAS and Carter Center together gave a press conference around 1 p.m. that day, announcing their certification of the CNE official results. With Moreira at his side, Gaviria read the OAS statement endorsing the results. His attempts to interject comments supporting opposition claims of possible fraud were thwarted by Moreira's stern glances. 157. In the northern continent, the U.S. government had not yet accepted the referendum results. Despite numerous assurances that the U.S. would accept the Carter Center and the OAS's decision on the referendum, no official announcements were made on August 16. It took the U.S. a day to soak it all in. On August 17, State Department spokesman Adam Early issued the U.S. conditional acceptance of the referendum results. We will join the group of Friends of Venezuela in acknowledging the preliminary results of the referendum and noting that they show that President Chávez received the support of the majority of voters. We call on international observers to help conduct a transparent audit that will address those remaining concerns as part of a process of national reconciliation. The U.S. had qualified the official results as preliminary and called for an audit of votes. As Noriega declared right before the referendum, the U.S. has invested a lot of money in this referendum. That's right, and they were not going to lose sitting down. The audits were done with OAS and Carter Center supervision and certification, and the result was the same: Chávez won, 59-41. The results were a huge setback for the United States. For years it had worked to destabilize and replace Chávez. Then, in a final push, it backed the referendum. But the results, far from having a neutral impact on the status quo, were a huge validation of Chávez. He had in effect scored an unscheduled election victory years before his term was set to expire. 158. Chapter 10. Up-the-sleeve strategies and threats. The Sumait case, Ned on the offensive. Sumait refused to accept the referendum results. The trips to Washington increased and efforts were made to convince the world that a mega fraud had taken place during the recall referendum. Hackers were brought in from Russia to steal the votes, Sumait leaders cried. The voting machines were rigged by the CNE to favor no votes, they swore. Experts were brought in from around the world, yet no real substantive or credible evidence was ever presented. A few months before the referendum, in May 2004, the Venezuelan Attorney General had charged Sumait's directors, Maria Corina Machado and Alejandro Plaz, with violation of Article 132 of the Penal Code, which makes it a crime to conspire to destroy the government and to solicit international intervention in national politics or to incite civil war or defame the president or diplomatic representatives in the foreign press. The Attorney General alleged that Sumait committed a crime by soliciting financing from the NED, an arm of the U.S. government, in order to campaign for and lead a recall referendum against President Chávez. Furthermore, the chief prosecutor alleged that Sumait violated the Constitution by usurping functions of the electoral power through its creation of a parallel electoral registry and database used to collect and count signatures during stages of the referendum process. Two other Sumait members, Luis Enrique Palacios and Ricardo Ludwig Estevez Maza, had also been 159 charged with aiding and abetting in the conspiracy. A preliminary hearing was scheduled in the Venezuelan courts for November 2, 2004. When the charges were first announced against the Sumait directors in May 2004, the national prosecutor assigned to the case, Luisa Ortega Diaz, was kidnapped. Attorney Ortega Diaz was thrown into a car at gunpoint, along with a companion who was with her at the time. If it hadn't been for her companion, who put up a struggle and pushed her out of the moving car, Luisa would most likely not have survived the attack. After the kidnapping attempt, she was moved to a military base and was assigned 24-hour bodyguards. She continued to preside over the matter. The case brought against Ned Grantee Sumait caused uproar in the ranks of the U.S. State Department and the quasi-governmental NED, which is obligated to report to Congress annually on its activities and use of funds. In the weeks after the referendum, the U.S. State Department launched a massive campaign in defense of Sumait. State Department spokesman made repeated declarations calling for the Venezuelan government to drop the case and labeling the charges political persecution. Maria Corina Machado became the cover girl for democracy, jetting up to Miami, New York, and Washington at a minute's notice to host conferences, forums and talks on the Sumait case and the political crisis in Venezuela. Her frequent visits to Washington began to raise eyebrows even within the ranks of the opposition. The new U.S. ambassador in Venezuela, William Brownfield, even visited Supreme Court Chief Justice Iván Rincón to request he intervene to prevent the case from proceeding. Although Rincón was clear in his respect for due process and the jurisdiction of the Attorney General, a separate power, one of the other justices in the penal chamber of the Supreme Court decided to heed Brownfield's call. He pulled the case to review it for clarity and merit before allowing it to continue. The November 2, 2004 hearing was postponed indefinitely. On November 8, 2004, NED President Carl Gershman made a historical visit to Venezuela with a very peculiar PUR-160 pose. Gershman traveled to the South American nation to request President Chavez influence the outcome of the case against Sumait, despite it residing in the hands of the Independent Attorney General's office. But much to Gershman's surprise, no meetings had been authorized with the Venezuelan president or cabinet members, and he was unable to exert the weight of the United States-backed NED over the recently re-ratified head of state. Gershman did meet with Attorney General Isaías Rodríguez and President of the Venezuelan Supreme Court, Iván Rincón. In the meeting with Chief Justice Rincón, Gershman threatened to prevent the issuance of a credit from the World Bank for a judicial reform program the Supreme Court had been conducting over the past few years. In return, Gershman wanted Rincón to do everything in his power to get the case against Sumait dismissed. Rincón did not bow to Gershman's threats, and sure enough, a few weeks later, the World Bank cut the credit for the Venezuelan Supreme Court. With Attorney General Rodríguez, Gershman was more veiled. He urged the top legal authority to drop the case, hinting that its continuance could affect relations between the two nations. Rodríguez, clear on the law backing his position, refused to heed Gershman's threatening request. Gershman's visit, the first visit by the NED president to a foreign nation to defend the organization's interests, was an apparent last chance offer to the Venezuelan government to stop the case or face the wrath of the U.S. government. Even presidential candidate John Kerry got on the Sumait defense bandwagon in the days prior to the November 2, 2004 U.S. presidential elections, criticizing Chavez for political persecution and accusing him of heading towards a dictatorship. Other Sumait defenders included U.S. Congress members Christopher Cox and Gregory Meeks, both on the NED board of directors, and Senator John McCain and former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who chair the NED core grantee organizations, the International Republican Institute and the National Democratic Institute, respectively. 161. The aforementioned all authored letters defending NED's work in Venezuela and defending its grantees, despite their notorious unconstitutional behavior during the coup and the strike. Though NED representatives and spokesmen have time and again claimed their work in Venezuela as impartial and only promoting democracy, Gershman's declarations to the Venezuelan press showed otherwise. After being snubbed by the executive, the Attorney General and the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Gershman angrily declared to the Venezuelan media that Venezuela is neither a democracy nor a dictatorship but rather something in between. In the same breath, Gershman claimed that in Venezuela, the NED only finances democratic groups, which must imply that groups involved in coups d'état fit within the NED's view of democracy. ELE also tried to make a weak comparison between the Venezuelan government and the Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet by claiming, in the 80s, we were attacked by the Pinochet government, which didn't like the fact that we supported the groups that moved forward the democratic transition in Chile. There is something deeply troubling when a representative of a group allegedly promoting democracy arrives in country to argue against upholding that country's laws. The U.S. has all sorts of regulations about money and elections, how much can be given, publication of the donor's name and address, and so on. For a foreign visitor to come and ask that the U.S. not uphold such laws would widely be seen as a violation of U.S. sovereignty. Gershman followed through on his threats to the Venezuelan government to increase international pressure in defense of the Sumait case and to attempt to convert Chavez into an international pariah and human rights abuser. Just 24 hours after Gershman's departure from Venezuela, a letter was released from an alleged group of 70 international Democrats demanding the Venezuelan president intervene in the Sumait action and prevent the Attorney General from proceeding with the case. 162. The letter was riddled with misinformation and errors about Venezuela's legal system and laws and strangely demanded respect for democracy while asking the Venezuelan president to violate the constitutional separation of powers by intervening in a case under the authority of the Attorney General. The letter called for an abandonment of the law and demanded the Sumait directors be granted above-the-law status, just because they received support from the NED and its 70 prominent international Democrats. Although the letter was intended to look like an independent statement by 70 renowned Democrats, its ties to the NED were all too obvious. The letter was released to the public by the NED press department, and of the 70 seniors, more than half were linked to either the NED board of directors or had received its financial support. In the weeks that followed, U.S. Congressman Tom Lantos, DCA, introduced a resolution on Capitol Hill, expressing support for the National Endowment for Democracy and its work in Venezuela. The resolution also called for the Venezuelan government to drop the case against Sumait. Excerpts. 108th Congress 2D Session H. Res. 867 Resolution. The House of Representatives, 1. Expresses its firm support for the efforts of the National Endowment for Democracy to promote democracy around the world. 2. Commends all Venezuelans who have peacefully exercised the political rights which are accorded to them under Venezuela's constitution to resolve their differences by democratic means and abhors all acts of political violence. 3. Views charges filed against members of the Venezuelan civic organization known as Sumait of conspiring with the National Endowment for Democracy to overthrow Venezuela's government as politically motivated, and 163. 4. Would welcome a decision by the government of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela not to prosecute Venezuelan citizens, including citizens associated with Sumait, for activities that were protected under the laws and constitution of Venezuela when those activities were carried out. The resolution not only applauds NED's work in Venezuela, making no mention of the hundreds of thousands of dollars given to coup leaders and instigators, but it also tacitly requests the Venezuelan judiciary drop the legal case against members of Sumait. Following in the footsteps of Gershman and Brownfield, the Lantos resolution attempts to undermine Venezuelan law. Unfortunately for Sumait and Rep. Lantos, Congress went on vacation before the resolution could be passed. But Congress did approve another piece of legislation relating to NED's activities in Venezuela. New York Congressman Jose Serrano, D. New York, introduced specific language into the FY 2005 Omnibus Bill, A/K/ of the budget, that made clear NED's activities in Venezuela were questionable. The language, in the bill approving $51 million for all of NED's programs in 2005, stated. The committee reaffirms the role that NED plays in strengthening democratic institutions around the world. Any perception that funds are used to directly support a particular party or candidate, or to support the removal of elected leaders through unconstitutional means, undermines the credibility and effectiveness of NED programs. The committee expects NED to take all necessary measures to ensure that all sponsored activities adhere to the core NED principles. The committee directs NED to provide the committee with a comprehensive report on its activities in Venezuela from fiscal year 2001 through the present, by December 15, 2004. For the first time in history, language was inserted into legislation about NED that raised concerns about its programs and commitment to democracy. Miami, a terrorist hub. Miami has become a haven for self-exiled Venezuelans seeking new ways of ousting President Chavez from his democratically elected office. In early October 2004, the Guarimba author Robert Alonzo surfaced in Miami, after a warrant had been issued for his arrest in Venezuela in connection with approximately 80 Colombian paramilitaries found on his farm outside of Caracas in May 2004, apparently implicated in a plot to assassinate Chavez. Former Venezuelan President Carlos Andrés Pérez has also taken root in Miami in recent months. From his home in Miami in July 2004, Carlos Andrés Pérez declared to El Nacional newspaper that Chavez deserved to die like a dog and that violence is the only way to remove him. 2 On October 25, 2004, Venezuelan actor Orlando Urdaneta, also fleeing from an arrest warrant, surfaced in Miami. He appeared on a local Miami television show, Maria Elvira Confronta, Maria Elvira Confronts, on October 25, 2004, ordering the assassination of Chavez and other influential members of his government. Orlando stated, "Of the 150,000 men in uniform in Venezuela, there must be a high percentage of honest people who, in the right moment, will rise up. But this will only happen with the cyclical disappearance of the top dog and a significant part of his pack. There is no room for doubt, there is no other way out. Physical disappearance definitely." When prompted by the program host as to how this would happen, Urdaneta replied, "This happens with a few men with long guns that have telescopic views, that won't fail. It's an order that I am giving right at this moment, let's go, hurry up." 3 weeks later, on November 18, 2004, National Prosecutor Danilo Anderson was assassinated in a car bombing in Caracas. 2 charges of C4 explosive had been fixed to Anderson's car and the explosion was detonated by remote control. Anderson was the most high-profile prosecutor at the time in Venezuela. He was handling politically charged cases involving powerful interests. Danilo had just issued subpoenas to the almost 400 Carmona Decree seniors as part of an ongoing investigation into the April 2002 coup. Though none had yet been indicted on criminal charges, several of those implicated fled to Miami. He had also recently indicted Henry Vivas and Lazaro Foro, former Metropolitan Police Commissioners, along with the ex-mayor of Greater Caracas, Alfredo Pina, for their involvement in the coup. Pina showed up in Miami right after the indictment was made public. Anderson had also been the prosecutor on the case against Barada Mayor Enrique Capriles Radonsky, charged with facilitating the assault on the Cuban embassy back during the 2002 coup. Anderson's assassination was the first political murder in contemporary Venezuelan history. It was meticulously planned and carried out, and was strikingly similar to the 1976 assassination of Orlando Letelier and Ronnie Moffett, one of the worst terrorist acts ever carried out on U.S. soil before the World Trade Center attacks on September 11, 2001. Letelier had been the defense minister under Salvador Allende's democratic government, before it was overthrown in the 1973 coup at the hands of Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet and the Nixon's administration. Letelier and Moffett were killed in a car bombing on Washington's Embassy Row, executed at the behest of Pinochet, coached by the CIA and sanctioned by Washington. At the end of 2004, those who ordered Anderson's murder remained unknown. Terrorist camps. Several ex-military officers known to have participated in the coup have also appeared in Miami, alongside Carlos Fernandez, the former Feed Cámara's president, and Carlos Ortega, former CTV president, who had obtained political asylum in Costa Rica, but later lost it once he clandestinely returned to Venezuela and appeared on television in a pre-referendum rally. The Venezuelan government issued arrest warrants for both Fernandez and Ortega in 2003 for their leadership of the illegal 64-day strike that caused billions of dollars in losses to Venezuela's economy. The Venezuelan government also has pending extradition requests with the U.S. government for two military officers, German Rodolfo Varela and José Antonio Colina, alleged to be the masterminds behind the bombings of the Colombian and Spanish embassies in Caracas in fall 2003. The officers' requests for political asylum in Miami were denied by the Department of Homeland Security, yet they were allowed to remain in the U.S., pending appeal. The F-4 Commandos, an anti-Castro Cuban militia group operating in Miami, joined forces with the Junta Patriótica Venezolana, Venezuelan Patriotic Junta, run by dissident Venezuelan military official Capitán Funes García Morales, in late 2002. The two organizations, led by professed freedom fighters, run terrorist training camps in the greater Miami area for those seeking to overthrow both Chavez and Castro. For an article in the Wall Street Journal entitled "Miami's Fiddle Havana Finds New Foe in Venezuelan Feder" revealed the intentions of this Miami-based exile group, Capt. Garcia. For http://www.commandisf4.org. Says he is providing military training for some 50 members of the F-4 Commandos, 30 of them Cuban Americans, the rest Venezuelans, in a shooting range close to the Everglades. We are preparing for war, he says. Nevertheless, his movement opposes military coups. Our struggle is to show the world how Chavez is the enemy of democracy. Despite requests from the Venezuelan government for the U.S. government to investigate these camps, no action has been taken. Future relations. Incoming Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice set the tone for future relations with the Venezuelan government. In an October 2004 statement to the press, Rice declared that Chavez is a real problem for the region and that other nations in the hemisphere should mobilize to both watch him and be vigilant about him. 567 With more than $6 million allotted for its 2005 interventions, it is clear that the U.S. government's job in Venezuela is not finished. But as Venezuela's Bolivarian revolution gains strength and support around the world, one question arises: just how far is the U.S. government willing to go in its covert war against Chavez? It would seem, with the re-election of Bush and appointment of Rice as Secretary of State, that the answer is almost certainly as far as necessary. Flow far that would have to be is suggested by the extraordinary resilience of Chavez and Venezuela over the last few years. In the words of President Hugo Rafael Chávez Frías, "We will not rest until we break all the chains that oppress our people, the chains of hunger, misery, and colonialism. This country will be free or we will die trying to free it." You may wonder why the CIA is not mentioned more in this book. When you think of U.S. intervention in a foreign nation, obviously the CIA must be involved. We know from the SEAB documents revealed through this investigation that the CIA had intimate, detailed knowledge of the coup plans. We also know that the CIA was issuing spot commentaries on the days of the coup, which implies the agency was clearly operating in Venezuela. Ex-CIA officials confirm that 75% of U.S. Embassy political office employees are CIA operatives. The majority work covertly, under the guise of embassy officials, and even carry out embassy duties as a cover. The embassy in Venezuela is no different. Just have a look at the hundreds of cables from the U.S. Embassy in Caracas declassified under FOIA through this investigation. The ambassadors, Maisto, Hrenak, Shapiro, and Brownfield, and other embassy employees, Cook, McFarland, and Ellis, to name a few, were all sending multiple daily informative reports up to Washington about every imaginable detail pertaining to Venezuela. These reports are then compiled and analyzed by the CIA, and determinations are made based on the information received on just how the intervention should proceed. NED and USAID function as outlets for the CIA to penetrate civil society, funneling in millions legitimately and therefore avoiding congressional scrutiny. As much as NED and USAID deny any connection to the CIA, no one can negate. 169. These agencies were horned to overtly engage in activities practiced by the CIA at a time when Congress was clamping down hard on the agency's budget and past clandestine operations. Both USAID and NED employees have at times been CIA operatives, carrying out the agency's agenda under the guise of promoting democracy. And there is no doubt that the CIA maintains hundreds, perhaps thousands of paid agents in Venezuela, providing intelligence information, carrying out operations and attempting to invoke a political crisis. These individuals live freely and anonymously in Venezuelan society, earning their salaries from the conflict they work to encourage. The CIA also maintains non-official covert operations in Venezuela. DIRI, SAIC, and numerous U.S. corporations with offices throughout the country provide fronts for CIA activities. These entities also help the CIA launder funds for its Venezuela operations. So, no need to think that the CIA is not active and alive in Venezuela. It most certainly is. Agency operatives in Venezuela were caught red-handed during the horrific bombing of a Cubana Airlines plane in flight from Barbados on October 6, 1976. CIA agent Luis Posada Carriles, an anti-Castro Cuban, had recruited 2 Venezuelans to carry out the terrorist act that killed all 73 people on board. Hernan Ricardo Lozano and Loretti Lugo were later caught by Venezuelan authorities for placing the fatal bombs aboard that flight and served 20 years in prison. Luis Posada Carriles was also caught. But with the help from the U.S. government-funded Cuban-American National Foundation, he escaped from a maximum security prison in Venezuela on August 18, 1985. After carrying out numerous other terrorist acts against Cuba, he was jailed in Panama in 2000, when Cuban President Fidel Castro announced the discovery of a plot to assassinate him, headed by Posada Carriles. Outgoing Panamanian President Mireya Moscoso pardoned Posada Carriles in 2004 as a final act. Posada Carriles worked hand-in-hand with Orlando Bosch, infamous anti-Castro Cuban terrorist responsible for more than 100 terrorist attacks against Venezuela, Spain. 170. England, Japan, Mexico, Poland, and other countries that traded with Cuba, even on U.S. soil. Bosch was also known to be part of a CIA assassination squad, Operation 40, along with the recently named director of the CIA, Porter Goss, responsible for the political murders of Cubans and others associated with the Cuban Revolution. Bosch was jailed for 11 years in a Venezuelan prison for his role in the Cubana airplane bombing in 1976, but he was released in 1987 with the help of old friend Otto Reich. At that time, Reagan had just rewarded Otto Reich with the ambassadorship in Venezuela after his good work in Nicaragua, heading the State Department's Office of Public Diplomacy, responsible for creating a black propaganda campaign intended to smear the Sandinistas, and Reich sent numerous cables to the State Department requesting a visa for Bosch to enter the U.S. Despite denial from the State Department, President George H.W. Bush pardoned Bosch after he was caught illegally entering the U.S. in 1988 and imprisoned. Bosch resides freely in Miami today, along with a crew of self-exiled Venezuelans conspiring against Venezuela's democratic government. Posada Carriles is currently a fugitive at large, thought to be hiding somewhere in Central America. Clearly, the CIA maintains a presence in Venezuela. But apart from the traditional covert operations the CIA is known for, more important are the newer sophisticated forms of intervention that are applied today in Venezuela. Civil society penetration, indoctrination, and financing opposition movements seeking regime change are the modern forms of covert/overt CIA operations. The Venezuela case, as the Chavez Code reveals, is the CIA's 21st century experiment. These strategies and methodologies will surely be applied, and are being applied, in other nations around the world where regime change glitters in the eyes of the U.S. government. Hopefully, advanced knowledge will allow for preparation, and the interventions can be foiled, as the Venezuelans have successfully done thus far. Never overestimate or underestimate the power and intelligence of the U.S. government. 171. And as the U.S. government has learned in Venezuela, never underestimate the will and determination of a people in the struggle for justice. 172. Post note. The Chavez Code, a model for investigators. Asterisk. By Saul Landau. When about to be Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice declared at her January 2005 confirmation hearings in the Senate that Venezuela belonged in the Latin American equivalent of the axis of evil, with Cuba of course. Every informed citizen should have heard warning bells. Rice's declarations added to the growing body of official and non-official clamor demanding action against President Hugo Chavez. But what terrible crime had he committed? The Washington Post editorial found Chavez guilty of an assault on private property. They referred to Chavez's war on idle landed estates, and labeled taking over idle land as another step toward establishing dictatorship. The editorial omitted the fact that Venezuelans had reached consensus on the subject. Indeed, even some of Chavez's business enemies agreed that all Venezuelans would all benefit from ridding themselves of large idle latifundios. The editorial also failed to mention the huge landless throughout Latin America, the shocking disparity of income between rich and poor, and the fact, emphasized by UN researchers, that the U.S.-backed free market solution had contributed to the worsening conditions. Rice also failed to mention any of Chavez's specific crimes. But, backed by Castro-hating Senator Mel Martinez, RFL, she raised the definition of verbal chutzpah to new levels by accusing Chavez of interfering in the affairs of other nations. Can any serious person imagine a high U.S. official accusing others of interfering? Did memory fail this Solonic body? Did senators forget that in March 2003 President Bush invaded Iraq, without a trace of casus belli? Indeed, over the last century the United States has interfered in the affairs of almost every third world country. The senators and the media also failed to confront Rice about her knowledge of U.S. support for a coup in Venezuela in April 2002 and about ongoing efforts to undermine a government that received solid electoral support on 9 separate occasions. Ignorance, denial, or avoidance. It doesn't matter. Citizens need to know what U.S. operatives are doing around the world to alter the destiny of others. Venezuelans chose Chavez in democratic election on 9 occasions. That's why Eva Gollinger's book should hit the moral reader with a shock of recognition, not surprise. She lays out a well-written, legal brief as current history to show that the U.S. government has made a concerted effort to destabilize and overthrow the elected government of Venezuela. She demonstrates that the threads of imperial history have far more strength than the republican principles that once served as foundation for U.S. laws and treaties. She allows the documents she obtained through the Freedom of Information Act to guide her fastidious reasoning on the U.S. role in attempting to overthrow the Chavez's government. All students of history know that the CIA overthrew the government of Iran in 1953, Guatemala in 1954, tried to or did assassinate Patrice Lumumba in the Congo in 1960, orchestrated an invasion of Cuba at the Bay of Pigs in 1961, knocked off the Goulart government in Brazil in 1964 and participated in the destabilization and coup in Chile, 1970–73. The CIA operated the murderous Phoenix program in Vietnam after the United States illegally invaded and occupied that country for more than a decade. Are you starting to yawn over the very partial list of interventions? 174. In each case, the CIA always emerges as the black hat, the agency ready and willing to take the rap. But the blame goes higher. The CIA functions as one of the President's Praetorian Guard units that become activated of every time people of a foreign nation elect a leader who plans to redistribute some wealth toward the poor. A veritable red alarm bell sounds in Washington's national security apparatus, and like Pavlovian dogs the CIA and the other attack dogs respond automatically to the stimulus. Occasionally, presidents and secretaries of state repent years later, of course, for the damage caused by aberrant CIA operations. Colin Powell apologized for Chile 30 years after the United States helped instigate a 9/11, 1973, massacre there. Bill Clinton said he was sorry for what the CIA did in Guatemala almost 40 years later. As many as 100,000 Guatemalans died as a result of the agency's overthrow of their democratically elected government. In the case of Venezuela, as the Chavez Code makes clear, the U.S. government added yet another stain to the U.S. national honor. Golinger shows the incontrovertible facts of Washington's attempt to overthrow the government of Chavez. She obtained the documents from national security sources, a vestige of older freedoms, and turns them into prosecutorial swords that generate moral outrage instead of wounds to the plotters and liars. I visualize high officials placing hands on Bibles and swearing to uphold the laws while holding images in their minds of crossed fingers. Gollinger's prose radiates a fierce sense of the law's moral importance. This young Venezuelan American attorney uses her fact-filled pages, almost like a legal brief, to show the jury, the reading public, that the defendant, the U.S. government, acted in a premeditated conspiracy with the wealthy classes of Venezuela to undo a democratic process in that country, free and fair elections, a functioning legislative and legal system. Worse, as the brief continues, we see that the U.S. government worked with its Venezuelan and Israeli counterparts to involve the mass media in its efforts to mis- and disinform the world's public as to the nature of reality before, during and after the April 2002 coup. During the presidential debates, 175 of 2004, John Kerry eagerly fed at the interventionist trough. He dutifully followed the Bush lie that the democratically elected president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, constitutes a threat to the United States. Kerry bought into the media portrayal of Chavez as an authoritarian villain who seeks to Cubanize his country. When I met Eva Golinger in Caracas in December 2004, we both observed that contrary to the U.S. stereotype, Chavez was trying to redistribute wealth and power to the majority, the poor. Far from acting like the terrorist threat, Chavez showed himself to be a well-educated, clear-thinking, and responsible political leader. Washington never complained when a kleptocracy governed Venezuela for more than 3 decades, until the mid-1990s. We heard no complaints from Bush, Kerry, Rice, and the major media when in 1989 Venezuelan soldiers and police killed as many as 2,000 persons, the Caracazo, who refused to tolerate more structural adjustment from the International Monetary Fund. The federally funded National Endowment for Democracy directors did not see a threat to democracy when Venezuelan presidents routinely kissed U.S. butt in international fora. They saw nothing wrong with shooting poor people when they protested. The very misnamed National Endowment for Democracy understands promoting democracy to consist of financing a small and wealthy minority who reject the ballot when they lose elections. Indeed, as Golinger makes clear in her book, National Endowment for Democracy funded some of the very people who backed the 2002 military coup. The Chavez Code not only reveals and analyzes the nefarious plots, but sets a model for researchers. Students and professors alike should imitate Gollinger's care in presenting and interpreting documents and drawing conclusions based on the facts. 176. Appendix. Flow of U.S. dollar in Venezuela. 178. Overall structure of money flow to Venezuela. 179. Core. Grantees. Summary of NED's projects approved 2000 to 2004, Venezuela. Summary OP projects approved 2000 to 2004, Venezuela. FI 2000. Support for Democratic Union Elections S60,0 Venezuela. The American Center for International Labor Solidarity /NUN. The American Center for International Labor Solidarity, ASILS, will support the effort of the Confederation of Venezuelan Worker CTV, to effect a process of reform intended to reduce TB influence of political parties and increase rank and file control over decision-making. To this end, ASILS will conduct a 2-day course for regional federations of the CTV, which will focus on the following topics: problems and challenges for unions in a changing world, restructuring of labor organizations, and the electoral process, /00. Recasting Liberty, Constitutional Reform 556,000 Venezuela Center for International Private Enterprise / Center for the Dissemination Economic Information, CEL, ICE. The Center for International Private Enterprise, CIPE, will work with CETIS to launch a program to move the economic reform discussions toward a more participatory and democratic process that includes concrete reform * encouraging individual initiative and private enterprise. CETIS will sponsor, in conjunction with interested business organizations and non-profit groups, 4 large-scale national forums and at least sought regional forums on legislation that is constitutionally required to be enacted in the National Assembly's first year of operation. Specific focus will be placed on the Organic Labor Act and the new Organic Tax Codes. Members of legislation committees, as well as national and foreign experts, and representatives of the social and economic sectors will be involved. 6/00. Support to local groups for election observation 516,747 Campvendacton Momerto de la Genie /none. Fundación Mo Memo de la Gente will conduct a pre-electoral monitoring campaign, which will monitor use of public funds in the campaign, participate in the Electoral Audit Committee, CNE, review election materials, and conduct training for some election day observers in various regions of the country. These activities will help promote civilian oversight and transparency in the voting and vote counting process. 6/00. Fostering youth participation in the political process Venezuela 560. 000 International Republican Institute /FVNCHCLDM Participation Juvenil. The International Republican Institute, IRI, will work with Fundación Participation Juvenil to instill democratic values in Venezuelan youth so they can play an integral role in maintaining society's interest in establishing effective democratic institutions. 9/00. Regional Forum for Decentralization 550,000. Venezuela. Prodel Venezuela /none. Prod El Venezuela will conduct a series of activities to establish and train a network of national *Tate legislators and local mayors to monitor government activity concerning decentralization and advocate for the rights. 180. And responsibilities of state and local government in Venezuela. A series of seminars and courses will be held so participants can analyze and debate pending legislation and share information about laws and policies affecting local government and decentralization. 9/00. FI 2001. Strengthening political parties $340,000. Venezuela. International, Republican Institute /none. The International, Republican Institute, IR1, will train national and/or local branches of existing and/or newly created political parties on such topics as party structure, management and organization, internal and external party communications, and coalition building. 1/01. Civil-military relations $57,820. Venezuela. Asociación Civil Comprensida de Venezuela /none. Asociación Civil Comprensida de Venezuela will organize a series of meetings, which will bring representatives of organizations from civil society together with active and retired members of the Venezuelan armed forces, to initiate a national debate on the newly changing role of the military in the country. The meetings will be held in both civilian and military institutions, under the consultation of instructors at military colleges, university professors, and representatives of civil society. 1/01. Strengthening civil society links for fundamental political rights $19,740. Venezuela Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia T-None. Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia will help build the capacity of civil society organizations in Venezuela to become active in the struggle against authoritarianism. Consorcio Justicia will host an international conference to explore examples of how civil society in countries such as Serbia and Mexico work together to protect themselves against and defeat authoritarian regimes, as well as build a network of Venezuelan civil society organizations committed to the defense of democratic freedoms in the country. 1/01. 181. Legislative Monitoring for Protection of Political RJCHTSS 40,000 Venezuela Momenta Cli La Gente / None. Momenta DC La Gini received continued endowment funding to organize Venezuelan civil society groups to monitor the National Assembly on key pieces of legislation pertinent to civil liberties. Momento will organize a series of working meetings for representatives of civil society groups to establish monitoring mechanisms and developing proposals to be submitted to congressional committees responsible for drafting the final law, with the additional aim of creating link among organizations. NED. Funding will also be used to cover core institutional costs. 1/01. Support for Democratic Union Action ST 54375 Venezuela. The American Center for International Labor Solidarity / None. The American Center for International Labor Solidarity, ACILS, will support the Confederation of Venezuelan Workers, CTV, efforts to organize disparate unions and federations into a unified national industrial unions and define a new mission and role for the union movement in the development of the nation. 9/01. Re-engaging citizens RN state-level politics. $210,500 Venezuela National Democratic Institute for International Affairs / Momento DC La Gente. National Democratic Institute for International Affairs, ND1, in collaboration with Momento de la Gini, will assess and conduct pilot programs in up to 3 states to engage citizens in the policy-making process, specifically focused on government accountability and transparency. ND will also work with state governments to include citizens' input into the decision-making process. 9/01. Strengthening civil society to promote democratic education. $55,000 Venezuela Education Assembly Civil Association / None. The Education Assembly Civil Association will organize grassroots groups to monitor education reform plans in Venezuela and formulate draft legislation for the superior education law, as well as create a network of parents, teachers, and community leaders to proactively monitor the quality of education in the country. 9/01. 182. FI 2002. Enhancing Democracy Through Alternative Dispute Resolution Methods. Venezuela Center for International Private Enterprise / None. The Center for International Private Enterprise, CIPE, will collaborate with CEDCA, a Venezuelan non-profit group, to launch a strategic public awareness campaign and to offer a series of rigorous alternative dispute resolution, ADR, training modules for each type of training module. CEDCA will design a training guidebook and recruit experienced instructors. 1/02. Strengthening civil society links for fundamental political rigors. Venezuela 584,000 Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia / None. Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia, will use endowment funding to host a broad range of civil society groups at a working conference in late January 2002 to evaluate the situation in Venezuela and develop a policy agenda, after which Consorcio Justicia will conduct a campaign within Venezuela to improve communication and coordination among Venezuelan NGOs and to raise public awareness of their work. Finally, Consorcio Justicia will conduct a program in 10 states throughout the country to educate communities on local justice issues, help organize elections to select justices of the peace and train locally elected justices. 1/02. Legislative Monitoring and Municipal Training. $64,000 Venezuela Momento de la Gente / None. Momento de la Gente, Momento, will organize Venezuelan civil society groups to monitor the National Assembly and provide policy input on key pieces of legislation pertinent to civil liberties. Momento will also work with and help organize local elected officials to improve their ability to oversee public budgets and advocate for decentralization. Finally, Momento will maintain and strengthen its links with different civil society organizations in Venezuela and continue to work with international organizations to improve coordination and information on the political situation in Venezuela. 1/02. Consensus Building to Reduce Informal Sector in Venezuela. $66*266 Venezuela Center for International Private Enterprise / Center for the Dissemination of Economic Information. The Center for the Dissemination of Economic Information, CEDIS, will work with several Venezuelan NGOs to develop a pact to rebuild Venezuela. which will include a policy paper and a series of workshops. THIRD will also address the problem of the growing informal sector in Colombia through a series of workshops and forums that will be developed jointly with civil society groups throughout Venezuela. 3/02. 183. Strengthening political parties S300,000. Venezuela. International Republican Institute/NUN. The International Republican Institute, 1RI, will train national and local branches of existing and newly created political parties, both on a one-to-one basis and through group sessions. Possibles training topics include party structure, management and organization, internal and external party communications, effective constituent relations, membership and volunteer recruitment, candidate/leadership development, and coalition building. 3/02. Consensus building to reduce the informal sector in Venezuela. 5116. 525. Venezuela Center for International Private Enterprise/Center for the Dissemination of Economic Information. Through a joint effort between the Venezuelan Labor Confederation and the Citizens Assembly, a policy paper will be developed and a series of 4 national and 10 regional workshops will be held, led by the Center for the Dissemination of Economic Information, CEDIS. CEDIS will also carry out project activities to address the problem of the growing informal sector, such as a series of workshops and forums that will be developed jointly with business groups in Zulia and Araguastales and the National Council on Commerce and Services, Consecomercio, in Caracas, as well as with the participation of other civil society groups throughout Venezuela. 6/02. Monitoring social programs. $63,000. Venezuela. Centro al Service de la Acción Popular, CSUP/NUN. The Centro al Servicio de la Acción Popular, CSUP, will monitor social expenditures, the impact of poverty alleviation programs, and social development and change in Venezuela. The project will monitor government budgets and programs, gather data through surveys, and monitor social development indicators to develop a national picture of the state of poverty and social programs in Venezuela. CSUP will develop a network of local community groups to monitor local social programs and their implementation, and will publish a report based on its findings, which will be distributed nationally and internationally. 6/02. Professionalization of the media. $2,000. Venezuela. Instituto Prensa y Sociedad/NUN. The Instituto de Prensa y Sociedad, TPYS, will carry out a forum in partnership with its Venezuela-based affiliate for media owners, editors, journalists, and leaders of international media advocacy groups to reflect on the current state of freedom of expression and journalism in Venezuela. The forum's discussion will focus on analyzing the events surrounding the coup which involved the media. In addition to examining larger issues of freedom of expression in the country, the forum participants will propose recommendations for resolving issues of self-censorship, journalistic protection, and professionalization of the media. 6/02. 184. Venezuela. Venezuela. The American Center for International Labor Solidarity/NUN. $116,001. The American Center for International Labor Solidarity, ACILS, will support the Venezuelan trade movement, represented by the CTV, in developing a program to extend organization, training, and representation to the informal sector. ACJLS will also aid CTV in developing and publicizing its positions and strategies on economic and social issues as part of the development of an anti-poverty program emphasizing leadership training to articulate CTV positions more effectively with the national and international news media, including Journalists Union and 1FJ, and on more effective use of the CTV website. 9/02. Political party strengthening. Venezuela. National Democratic Institute for International Affairs/NUN. $50,000. The National Democratic Institute for International Affairs, ND, will conduct focus groups to detail popular perceptions of political parties and present the results to political party leaders. ND will then use this information to encourage parties to fully embrace the need for reform and to use the results of the focus groups to shape renewal strategies. 9/02. Monitoring Land Reform. Venezuela. Acton Camp Esma I Nun. $35,000. Acción Campesina will train monitors who will work in 10 states to collect information on the effects of Venezuela's land redistribution law. The information provided by these monitors will then serve as the basis for a public information campaign. Acción Campesina will work with representatives of the National Assembly to communicate objective information about local disputes and conflicts generated by the law. At the end of the project, Acción Campesina will convene a national forum to discuss the land redistribution law and attempt to propose ways to reduce rural conflict. 9/02. Conflict resolution at the local level. Venezuela. Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia Occidental/NUN. $11,000. The Azodaden Civil Consorcio Justicia Occidental will work with communities in the state of Táchira to promote the election of local justices of the peace and train communities and the candidates to the office of Justice of the Peace and conflict resolution and mediation techniques. In addition, Consorcio Justicia Occidental will work with local governments and communities to improve communication and collaboration at the local level. 9/02. Education Assembly. Venezuela. Asociación Civil Asamblea de Educación/NUN. $57,000. The Asociación Civil Asamblea de Education Assembly, received renewed endowment support to monitor and distribute information on education policy issues. The Education Assembly will convene regular policy forums and press conferences to discuss education policy and their proposals, and will work with the National Assembly to discuss draft legislation and reforms. Last, the Education Assembly will train local community leaders in 8 states and Caracas to strengthen its national parent teachers network dedicated to democratic education. 9/02. Conflict resolution at the local level. Venezuela. Asociación Civil Justicia Alamaxva/NUN. $10,000. 185. The AMU Acton C/Vil Justia A1 Lemon Va Vale, conduct 2 workshops each in 4 locations in the Venezuelan state of Aragua. The workshops will train newly elected justices of the peace, local CUI2 CNS and local government officials in conflict resolution, political leadership, democratic values, and the institutions and processes of the political system. Each workshop will train 15 people, with the second workshop to follow up with participants trained in the first round. 9/02. Conflict resolution at the local level. $11,000. Venezuela Fuructaonju.idlc DC Paz del Estado Alanagas/NUN. Fund Acton Justicia DC Paz del Estado Monagas will work in 32 communities in the state of Monagas to create local roundtables to promote dialogue among local political actors. Fund Acton Justicia DC Paz will engage in a broad public education campaign LD, which they will distribute information to the communities about the techniques of political dialogue and peaceful resolution of conflicts. 9/02. FI 2003. Strengthening political parties at the local level. 5116,000 Venezuela International Republican Institute/NUN. The International Republican Institute, IRI, will seek out local partners in the states of Zulia, Anzoátegui, and Carabobo to conduct party training, and will place particular emphasis on party grassroots strengthening, external communications, and inclusion of marginalized sectors in the parties. 1/03. Strengthening political parties. SI 16,000. Venezuela. National Democratic Institute for International Affairs/NUN. The National Democratic Institute for International Affairs, ND, will work with municipal leaders and governments to rebuild citizen confidence and participation in the political system and the parties through anti-corruption initiatives. ND will also work to help renew traditional political parties, as well as assist with the building of new political parties. 1/03. Political party building at the national level. 5299. 999 Venezuela International Republican Institute/NUN. The International Republican Institute, IRI, will use a combination of polling and political party training in critical areas of party reform to help Venezuela's parties establish a stronger role in the country and regain the trust of the electorate. TRI will work toward the development of detailed party platforms reflective of constituent concerns, effective two-way internal communication structures, and processes for transparent and democratic selection of party leaders. 3/03 Local Civic Education SI 0,000 Venezuela. Axiran para el desarrollo/none. Acción para y Desarrollo will conduct informal civic education workshops for leaders of neighborhood associations in poor neighborhoods in and around Caracas. Acción para el Desarrollo will hold a total of 30 workshops on democratic values and conflict resolution to tram presidents of neighborhood associations in 7 Barn MP opulates. At the end of the workshops, participants will develop a plan to promote development and democratic dialogue within their communities. 3/03 186 Strengthening the judicial system. Venezuela. Asociación Civil, Ansvarcio Justicia. None. $54,000. Asociación Civil Consorcio Justice will implement a program that will monitor the status of the judicial system and its operation and work with the Congress to improve legislation and laws. Consorcio Justicia will also work with municipal officials and community leaders in the poor neighborhood of Libertador in Caracas to train local communities in the peaceful resolution of conflict and establish local mediation committees in 60 neighborhoods. 3/03 Legislative assistance $64,000. Venezuela. Fundación Momento de la Gente/none. The Fundación Momento de la Gente will organize Venezuelan civic groups to collaborate with the National Assembly in developing legislative initiatives and debate around 3 separate bills on municipal government, electoral procedures, and citizen participation. Momento will provide technical advice to Assembly members, organize public seminars for the discussion of the bills, and design and propose ways of increasing public awareness of and debate on the proposed legislation. 3/03 Supporting press freedoms $44,500. Venezuela Lungstuio Frenzo Socoxt Venezuela/none. The Instituto de Prensa y Sociedad Venezuela, TPYS Venezuela, will construct an alert network in Venezuela to report attacks against journalists that occur in the provinces in and around Caracas. IPYS Venezuela will support correspondents in the provinces to monitor press conditions and investigate cases of attacks or threats, as well as offer a series of training sessions for journalists' professionalization. Finally, IPYS Venezuela will participate in regional press advocacy meetings in order to connect with international groups and build their organizational network. 3/03 Monitoring social programs $65,000. Venezuela. Centro al Servicio de la Acción Popular/none. Centro al Servicio de la Acción Popular, CSAP, will monitor social expenditures, the impact of poverty alleviation programs and social development and change in Venezuela. The project will monitor government budgets and programs, gather data through surveys, and monitor social development indicators to develop a national picture of the state of poverty and social programs in Venezuela. CSAP will develop a network of local community groups to monitor local social programs and their implementation, and will publish a report based on its findings which will be distributed nationally and internationally. 6/03 187 Monday 1 Tour 1 NC Land Reform SS000 Venezuela. Acción Campesina/none. Acción Campesina will create 3 local groups of promoters of farmers' rights located in highly conflict-ridden rural areas to monitor land disputes, track the needs of the rural communities, and draft proposals to reform current agrarian public policies at the state and municipal levels. Acción Campesina will also serve as a source of information to policymakers, political parties, and civil society on the implementation of national laws and its effects. 9/03 Conflict resolution at the local level $14,412 Venezuela Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia, Occidet UE/none. The Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia, UCTNIC will work with communities to promote the election of local justices of the peace and train the communities and the candidates in conflict resolution and mediation techniques. 9/03 Conflict resolution at the local level. $14,107 Venezuela Asociación Civil Justicia Alternativa/None. The Asociación Civil Justicia Alternativa will conduct training on conflict resolution, human right *, the role of police and the local justice systems in conflict resolution, and police community relations for the police and local justice officials in Girardot, in the State of Aragua. 9/03 Civic education for police. $42,207. Venezuela Asociación Civil El Ujirigo y Visiden/None. The Asociación Civil Liderazgo y Visiden will conduct a democracy and human rights training program for officers of the Caracas Metropolitan Police Force to ensure the sustainability of the program. Liderazgo y Visiden will tram 4 representatives in each of the branches of the Metropolitan Police to serve as coordinators for follow-up and to help organize and conduct courses and informal workshops in the future. 9/03 Human Rights Defense SSI 000. Venezuela Center for Justice and International Law/None. The Center for Justice and International Law, CEJIL, received endowment assistance to support a staff attorney in CEJIL and 2 trips to Venezuela to train local human rights groups and journalists on how to prepare cases for the Inter-American system to defend freedom of expression. The staff attorney will also request and monitor the implementation of precautionary and provisional measures from the Commission and the court in cases when the life of human rights defenders or journalists is in imminent danger. 9/03 188 Conflict resolution at the local level. $11,698 Venezuela Fundación Justicia de Par del Caseado Monagas 1 None. The Fundación/I Justicia C/E Paz del Estado Monagas will work in 32 communities in the state of Monagas to continue to support its mediation and conflict resolution roundtables by expanding the membership of the roundtables to include representatives from local government and local, as well as state, judicial and law enforcement offices. The program will include the training of officials in mediation and conflict resolution and the establishment of a statewide network of mediators. 9/03 Elections education. $53,400. Venezuela SI/MATE/None. SI/MATE will develop links with other organizations in the region that work on elections, produce election-related, voter mobilization materials, and consolidate its national network of volunteers for the referendum on the president's mandate. SUMAIL will establish a coordinator in each state and train people from local organizations on the referendum process and how to conduct a Get Out the Vote campaign for the general community, in addition to developing a public information campaign on the referendum and to encourage citizens to participate in the electoral process. 9/03 189 Institut de Prensa y Sociedad, Venezuela, Press and Society Institute, Venezuela, $72,000 to promote and defend freedom of expression. Institut de Prensa y Sociedad, Venezuela, Press and Society Institute, Venezuela, will support an alert network, which reports attacks against journalists that occur in the provinces and in Caracas. Training workshops to strengthen the investigative reporting skills of journalists will also be held. Asociación 6N Civil Consorcio Justicia, Justice Consortium, $67,000 to monitor the judicial 9YSTCM and its operation and work with the Congress to improve legislation and laws. The Asociación Civil Consorcio Justicia, Justice Consortium, will work with local organizations outside Caracas and with Ecuadorian and Peruvian NGOs to share information and programs and establish a regional judicial observatory. In addition, the Justice Consortium will work with the Peruvian NGO, Institute for Legal Defense to establish a democratic leadership training program that will train local and community leaders in the interior of Venezuela. Acción para el Desarrollo, Action for Development, $12,420 to conduct civic education in conflict resolution and community leadership. ACCI 6N para el Desarrollo, Action for Development, will conduct workshops for leaders of local neighborhood associations in poor neighborhoods in and around Caracas. The workshops will focus on the themes of democratic values, the role of civil society taught community organizations in democracy, how to negotiate and mediate local conflicts, the Bolivian Constitution 3&D, the rights of Venezuelans, and how to address the violation of political and human rights. International Republican Institute $285,000 to promote the development of responsive, democratic political parties. TR1 will focus its efforts on long-term party strengthening in the following areas: political platform development, internal and external communications, strengthening party structure, coalition building, and youth involvement in the parties. IR1 will offer trainings to all of the major political parties across the ideological spectrum. IRI will work to expand party outreach to marginalized groups through trainings of local party officials. Center for International Private Enterprise $92,488 to promote democratic mechanisms of participation for entrepreneurs that are currently left out of the policy-making process and help forge solutions to structural problems underlying informal commerce. CIPE and its Venezuelan partner Center for the Dissemination of Economic Knowledge, CEDIS, will conduct a survey of the informal sector in Sucre and Barada, conduct outreach initiatives including workshops, fora, and publication of an informational brochure, and promote debate and discussion on the informal sector among government leaders at the local and national levels. Centro al Servicio de la ACCI 6 and Popular, Center at the Service of Popular Action, $60,000. 190. To monitor social expenditures, the impact of poverty alleviation programs and social development and change in Venezuela. CISAP will develop a network of local community groups to monitor local social programs and their implementation, and will publish a report based on its findings which will be distributed nationally and internationally. The report will serve as the basis for a public education campaign on social development in Venezuela and how to improve social programs to better address Venezuelan poverty. Center for International Private Enterprise $33,006. To promote a debate on the relationship between institutions and economic growth. CIPE and its local partner Center for the Dissemination of Economic Knowledge will conduct a 2-day international conference to bring together in Caracas leading scholars, businessmen and women, political leaders, university student leaders and representatives of think tanks throughout the Americas to discuss how to promote institutional reform, economic growth, and the role of a liberal society in that process. Acción Campesina, Farmers High Action, $65,00D. To promote farmers' rights at the national and local levels through policy reform on agriculture and land redistribution. Acción Campesina will serve as a source of information to policymakers, political parties, and civil society on the implementation of national laws and its effects on the rural sector and on small farmers. Azodasi 6N Civil Consort Copyright Justicia, Occident, Civil Association Justice Consortium *, West, $16,000. To strengthen community leadership and peaceful resolution of conflict. Consortia Justicia Occident will work with local community organizations in 4 municipalities in the state of Tifichera, on the border of Colombia, to train over 100 community leaders in democratic rights, community organization, and techniques of conciliation and negotiation. Consorcio Justicia Occident will then work with these leaders in their communities to help them carry out projects to develop strategies for addressing local problems. Azocladden Civil Justicia Alternativa, Civil Asociated Cra Alternative Justice, $13,980. To promote conflict resolution and participation at the local level. Justicia Alternative will train community leaders and elected officials in the city of Huaradot and Aragua State. Through the training and follow-up, Justicia Alternativa will bring together community representatives and locally elected officials to initiate a dialogue for the development of communities and neighborhoods. Azodicalden Civil Liderazgo YV told it, Civil Association Leadership and Vision, $56,000. To conduct a human rights and democracy training program for officers of the Caracas Metropolitan Police Force. Liderazgo y Visitan will conduct 60 training courses in the Caracas Police Academy, training a total of 1,800 members of the Metropolitan Force. In addition, 191. Lid Krasgoy Vision will tram a total of 12 representatives in each of the branches of the Metropolitan Police to serve as coordinators for follow-up and to help organize and conduct courses and informal workshops in the future. Center for Justice and International Law $90,000. To promote and defend human NGHTS in Venezuela. Sejtal will continue to present and litigate cases before the Inter-American System, IAS, train human rights activists, journalists, and young leaders in international human rights standards and the use of the TAS, and support and encourage Venezuelan NGOs and civil society organizations in their efforts to defend human NGHTS and promote reasoned discourse and dialogue over the future of human rights and democracy in their country. Vndacton Justlda de Paz y del Estado Monagas, Justice of Peace of Monagas State Foundation, SLL 490. To promote women's leadership and conflict resolution at the local level, Fundación Justicia de Paz will work with community organizations throughout the state of Monagas to train local women leaders and female judicial officials in peaceful resolution of conflict, constitutional rights, and state judicial institutions. 192. NEDS grants to CIPE status 2002 to 2003 Plan Consensus. Project ACI is TIES. Project Advisory Committee. The Project Advisory Committee will consist of the following individuals and organizations. I Lugo Fonseca 6 Sohta Camaras. Jorge Botifida KEEA.I.V. Jesus Urbida Confederación de Trabajadores Venezolanos Nelson Landax Confederación de Trabajadores Venezolanos Maxim Ross Citizens Assembly Mariso. Fuentes Sol Communications William Fchevmia Radio Caracas Jorge Reeves Synergia Tiziana Palxel Choice US Eduardo Rodriguez Choice Enribo Concheso Choice Michael de Six Anna. SJ Catholic Church. Meetings with civil society groups. 4 meetings will be organized WTH Fcomaras, CTV, as well as civil society groups in Venezuela. The business and labor sectors, the media, the church, and other non-profit groups will gather to discuss and develop a CROD consensus on a national agenda, the specific economic policies that Venezuela should adopt in order to resolve the urgent crisis that the country currently faces and the economic as well as political and social arenas. In addition, members of Choice's academic group and 2 representatives of the Citizens' Assembly will conduct a study to investigate the causes of the current economic crisis as well as to identify measures for both sustainable economic development as well as social improvement. Development and dissemination of a policy paper. Based on the collaborative analysis and consensus from the 4 meetings and the research study described above, the groups will develop a national agenda document to describe their economic policy recommendations to present and promote the results to the public at large. The groups will work with the media, Hinayanake Hi Unexrasat, and Globovision to design and implement a dissemination strategy. Regional workshops and national forums. 193. Aki KL/KH out April. MJW. New. Organization Representative. Asarn Bluka DC Ciudadanos, Civil Association. Mr. Axel Caprile. Of Crictando Camarnos, Political Movement. Mr. Pedro Pensni. AIN/a Bravo Pueblo, Political Pally. Mr. Antonio Ledesma. Fundacidon Raul Eeoni/Acción Democrática, Political Party, Mr. Ramon Rangel. Gente de Petróleo, Civil Association. Mr. Nelston Benitez. Institute Altos Studios Sindicalcs/CTV, Workers Union, Mr. Alfredo Padue. Alianza Cívica de la Sociedad Civil, Civil Association, Mr. Elias Sartana. IFC Copi, Political Party. Mr. Eduardo Fernandez. Lid Krasgo Y Vision, Civil Association. Mr. Alonso Fdomengues. Proyecto Venezuela, Political PALV. MRS Maria Isabel Canales. Red Democrática Universal A, Civil Association, MR Famas Ps. Vision Emergent Copyright, Political Party. Mr. Cipriano Hirde. Un Solo Pueblo, Political Party. Mr. William Ojeda. Bandera Roja, Left Political Party I. Mr. Carlos Hearn Rosso. Resistencia Civil, Civil Association. Mr. Domingo A. Rangel. F. Democratic Coordinator, Opposition Umbrella Organization, Mr. Diego B. Urbania. F. Idacami Faz, Sir 8GIC Con SME 11EE, MRS Albiz Munoz, Business Association, Mr. Fedor Saldivm. 194. NED Project Report to Venezuela. Heading by Christopher Sabatini. June 16-25, 2002. 2. Carl. Barbara, Sandra, and Tarai. From, Chris Sabatini till, Trip Report Venezuela, June 16 to 25. General political situation. Complicated. It's the word you always hear when you ask people to explain what's happening in Venezuela. They say it with a sense of despair and defeat. The political agendas of different actors' AMI alliances are complicated and obscure. What is the endgame of the ex-Chavistas, such as Lutz Mikielmt, who are now hacking a plan to remove Chavez? Does Chavez know about the political conspiracies that are swirling around him, according to some, within his own inner circle? Is he planning to use them to his own advantage? The role of the military and their intentions are complicated. The military has become fictionalized, and it's unclear who backs whom and why. And for these reasons, it's difficult, if not impossible, to predict what will happen in the future. The lines are clearly drawn between AMSTAs and ATT Chavistas, with the anti-Chavez groups military and civilian hatching numerous AMI conflicting plans to remove the president and Chavez publicly and aggressively proclaiming his intention to defend the revolution, in a phrase borrowed from Fidel Castro, to the death. In the midst of this polarized, political muddle, two things become clear. First, the border that once divided military and civilian polities has been broken, perhaps irrevocably. Second, Venezuelan polities are locked in a confrontation for which it appears there is consensus exit, and which admits very little room for outside mediation. Since April 11, the government and the opposition have become locked in a zero-sum game, while much of the population waits to see its outcome. In the meantime, the economy continues to deteriorate, with some observers predicting a collapse of FLIC financial and public sector within months. Venezuelan politics have become a dizzying swirl of plots, counterplots and hidden agendas. Members of the traditional opposition, the CTV, the business community, and opposition parleys, continue to mobilize protest marches to call for Chavez's resignation. Shortly before, arrived, the opposition Hale organized a march to the presidential palace. At the march, one opposition party, Action Democrat T, declared that it would remain in front of the palace until Chavez resigned. They later decamped, unvi Arias. In the same match, several of IHE more political civil society groups TE'd by Elias Santana of Quirkmas Fatejir, called for mass protest against the government HV refusing to pay TXXA plan, which is actually unworkable since most Venezuelan faxes are based on sales tax, which is automatically elevated in the charge when you make a purchase. For many of these groups, the goal is to mobilize sufficient public pressure and protest to force the resignation of the government. There are a number of politicized civil society groups, among them Kremazadih and Red de Iedux, that have joined this call for immediate resignation. Many had hoped that the march planned for July Lily, the third anniversary of April 1th, would bring the full force of popular opposition against the government and force the president to step down. But even then, many people claimed, as they have been saying for years, that Chavez wouldn't last that long. That 195. The military will attempt to remove him before then. At the same time, Chavez has stepped up his political attacks against his opponents and has allegedly increased his distribution of arms to the Bolivarian circles. One of the more active groups that has been plotting Chavez's removal is a group of CX Chavislas, named Soitandad, led by CX Interior Minister Luis Miquiltna. In collaboration with a number of groups, Solidaridad has initiated several judicial cases against the president. In all, there have been 61 cases brought against the president. The most important of these include allegation of misappropriation of state funds, F1EM, derived from the oil windfall of the last 3 years, campaign finance violations in which the president allegedly did not declare $0.5 million in funds received from the Banco DC Vizcaya, and charges stemming from the shooting on April 11. The plan to prosecute Chavez for any of these charges was given a boost the week I was in Venezuela when the Supreme Court ruled that plaintiffs in cases against the government could bring the cases directly to the Supreme Court, rather than through the Prosecutor General. The Prosecutor General, Isay Rodriguez, is an avowed Chavista who has openly voiced his continued support for the president. The Supreme Court's decision was actually a violation of the recently approved Criminal Procedures Code, which removed justices from prosecution and established a more U.S.-style adversarial system. Many people credit the Supreme Court's decision to the machinations of Mikilkna, who, as Interior Minister under Chavez, had named a number of the justices to the court. The decision and the eases that will result represent the opposition's more institutionalist route for removing Chavez. But while the more democratic path to changing the government signals a greater intent by some sectors of the opposition to use state channels to force a change of government, the opposition's enthusiasm for Mikilkna's actions is curious. Only months before, when he was in government, many people deeply distrusted Mikilkna, believing him to be die sinister, ideological advisor of the charismatic Chavez. The belief was that the 84-year-old Mikilkna was using Chavez as the charismatic public face for his ideological master plan. Now he has become the architect and dealmaker in support of the opposition. There are also rumors that he maintains close contact with several people in the administration and some sectors of the military. The military's role in all of this is unclear. It is clearly factionalized, among units and between officer classes. There are strong rumors of conspiracies being hatched by *key military and dissident officer groups. But the extent to which these individuals and groups command loyalty among TLTE ranks is unclear. First there is the Comitate, a group of dissident junior officers, commanders, captains, majors and lieutenant colonels. A week before one arrived they issued a public declaration denouncing the government as illegitimate. Another faction includes retired military officers, which held a march to protest the Chavez government. There are also rumors that different civilian leaders are maintaining regular contact with various elements in military, and that the opposition to Chavez within the military extends to the inner circle of military hierarchy around the president. The big event was to have come July 5 when the president announced a new month of military promotions. While the much-anticipated uprising never occurred, many 196 believe that this leapfrogging of promotion in a military that has always prided itself though not always followed it on its merit-based system, and the government's alleged support for the FARC in Colombia will ultimately provoke a coup by disaffected officers. In all of this, military officers are assuming a greater political role. They now have an audience and pockets of support for their opposition to the government, and there is a sense that some military officers are enjoying this public role. There is a notable increase in their pronouncements and their general presence in the public debate. The military has become a part and a victim of the political polarization within Venezuela. After the events of April the public reaction to them, however, there is a notable reluctance of civil society and civilian politicians, at least publicly, to embrace the military too closely. In contrast to the situation before April civil society leaders are less enthusiastic about military officers now declaring their opposition to the government, which they do with increasing frequency. The events of April demonstrated the deep divisions within the military. Many fear that the next military coup would result in bloodshed. A coup d'état now would likely provoke a confrontation between units and officers still loyal to the president and the rebellion's officers. The Chavez government would also certainly unleash its ratios Bolivarium which Chavez has continued to arm and incite to support the revolution. There are also claims final should the sectors of the military move against the government, its strategy would be one of no prisoners and which may also seek to exclude some of the more moderate and/or leftist civilian politicians from any future government. For his pan, Chavez has done little to demonstrate his good faith or desire for a mediated solution and has continued to inflame popular passions and class tensions. The events of April 1 appear to have only hardened its position. There are rumors fairly common, if that's any indication of their veracity, but in this situation who knows, that the government has distributed LVIs to the Bolivarian circles. The person in charge of organizing the Bolivarian circles has an office at the presidential palace and the arms are apparently financed by the state. The government has also installed anti-aircraft missiles on the roofs or several buildings around the city, allegedly in anticipation of the July 11 march. Statements by the president inflamed the situation and appear to be preparing the country for a conflict. A speech, delivered in a shanty town on the same day of the march of the retired military officers, the president, encircled by mid-level officers and dressed in an orange jumpsuit, asked his followers not to be unaware of what was going on and to be ready to defend the revolution against those who are trying to undermine it. The verbal assaults against his opponents continue. Daily, on the radio, on TV, in press conferences, and in public speeches. The intention obviously is to prepare his followers. He has supposedly at least 20% core support in the population, to hack him violently if necessary against any attempts to remove him. As a result, middle and upper classes feel extremely insecure and fear for their lives and property. Contingency plans have been developed in middle and upper DVS neighborhoods for residents to defend themselves in the event that private groups armed by the government attack. 197. Key current warning issues. The D.C. Strategic Warning Committee considers the following the most critical warning issues during the next few weeks. Venezuela. There are increased signs Venezuelan business leaders and military officers are becoming dissatisfied with President Chavez, and he clearly is concerned and is trying to tone down his rhetoric. The opposition has yet to organize itself into a united front if the situation further deteriorates and demonstrations become even more violent, or if Chavez attempts an unconstitutional move to add to his powers, the military may move to overthrow him. The DCL Strategic Warning Committee, chaired by the National Intelligence Officer for Warning, comprises representatives from the directors of the National Security Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the National Imagery and Mapping Agency, the Assistant Secretary of State for Intelligence and Research, and the Deputy Director for Intelligence. Central Intelligence Agency. 208. 6 CIAC Report April 6, 2002, p1. Mori Doc ID, 113-6214. The SEAB must be returned to CIA within 5 working days. Saturday, April 6, 2002. National Security Information. Unauthorized disclosure subject to criminal sanctions. Reproduction of this document prohibited. Readership is limited to those on approved reader list on file with CIA SEAB Control Officer. The undersigned hereby acknowledge reading this document. 6 CIA SEAB Report April 6, 2002, p2. Mori Dosid, 113-6214. Venezuela, conditions ripen for coup attempt. Dissident military factions, including some disgruntled senior officers and a group of radical junior officers, are stepping up efforts to organize a coup against President Chavez, possibly as early as this month. The level of detail in the reported plans targets Chavez and other senior officials for arrest lends credence to the information. Military and civilian contacts note that neither group appears ready to lead a successful coup and may bungle the attempt by moving too quickly. Civilian groups opposed to Chavez's policies, including the Catholic Church, business groups, and labor, are backing away from efforts to involve them in the plotting, probably to avoid being tainted by an constitutional move. Fear that a failed attempt could strengthen Chavez's hand. Prospects for a successful coup at this point are umit. The plotters still lack the political cover to stage a coup. Chavez's core support base among poor Venezuelans remains intact, and repeated warnings that the U.S. will not support any extraconstitutional moves to oust Chavez probably have given pause to the plotters. Chavez is monitoring opponents TNSTDC and outside the military. To provoke military action, the plotters may try to exploit unrest stemming from opposition demonstrations slated for later this month or ongoing strikes at the state-owned oil company PTVSA. White-collar oil workers began striking on Thursday at facilities in 11 of 23 states as part of an escalating protest against Chávez's efforts to politicize PTVSA. Protracted strikes, particularly if they have TB support of the Blue-Collar Oil Workers Union, could trigger a confrontation. April 6, XC 210. 7 Cable from the Department of State April 9, 2002, P1. Current class * confidential. Current handling, N/A. Ed. Last night, big party at PTVSA and loud cacerolazos. 8. SBU, a jubilant crowd, estimated by Econof to be 5,000 to 7,000 strong, gathered at PTVSA headquarters until late last night listening to a myriad of opposition speakers and generally celebrating what they perceived to be their gathering momentum. Virtually all prominent opposition figures including Pedro Carmona, Alfredo Pena, and Carlos Ortega gave impromptu speeches. Carmona seemed particularly energized by the size and mood of the crowd. Confidential. Page OS Carica QQ 96601 of 03111109Z. Confidential. Confidential PTQ 8421. Page 01 Carica 009660 of 03111102. Action WA 00. Info log 00 NP 008000 ACQ 00 CBA 01 Chiac 00 CUM 00 CTME 00 DINT 00 DOBs 00 DUS 00 DOT 00 FERC 00 SRPP 00 DSCO SBOOBXIM 01 E00 FAAE 00 VC 00 FRB 00H 01 TED E001 NR00 ITC OI Lab 01 L00 VCE 00 AC01 NSAE 00 NSCBOG OES 01 OMB 01 OPIC OL PA 00 PM 00 PRS 00 ACE 00 P00 SP 00 IBM 00 SSG 00 STR 00 TRSE 00 UC 00 PMB 00 DSCC 00 DRL 02 G00 Meet 00 SAS 00/01 IW 827900111 14535/38 011104SZ April 2nd. FM Amambasi Caracas. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. 211. 7 Cable from the Department of State April 9, 2002, P2. Current, class, confidential/and JN Zasifted. Current handling. N/A. To SEC State Washed Immediate 5429. Info OPEC Collective Immediate. AM Embassy Bogota. Amambasi Quito. Amambasi LA Paz. Amambasi Lima. Usinxo Miami FL. Confidential Section 02 of 03 Caracas 000966. NSC for AMB Maisto. Usinxco for Palad. E. 0129S8, DECL, 1.6x1. Confidential. Page 02 Carica 009660 of 031.11110Z. Tags, KCON, PGOV, PREL, EPET, ETRD, VE. Subject, PARO update / general strike announced. After appearing less than enthusiastic about continuing opposition actions during the day. 9. S. Bulletin, throughout Caracas, cacerolazos were constant and loud. Many parts of Caracas were filled with people gathered on street corners, cars driving with lights blinking and horns sounding. It was a celebratory atmosphere not unlike after Venezuela defeated Paraguay in World Cup qualifying. Television reported similar events in many other parts of Venezuela. Cadena Battle. 10. SBU, the battle over the Gov-ordered cadenas continued last night with all stations using a split screen with the official cadena on one side and coverage of opposition events on the other. Non-news channels also took advantage of the split screen as a sports-only channel continued sports coverage on one half of the screen. 11. SBU, throughout the day today, the Gov had no cadenas. MVR sources said that Chavez had made a decision to back down. He was described as a boxer who made a tactical retreat. Instead, the Gov leaders spoke through television interviews throughout the day which were covered as ordinary news events by the television stations. Confidential. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. 212. 8 Cable from the Department of State April 11, 2002, p.1. Current class, unclassified. Current handling, S. Bulletin. Unclassified PTQ 0954PH. Page 01 Carica 00985001 of 02120, 4032. Action DS00. Infolog 00 MFA 00 NP 00 AMAD 00 ACQ 00 CIAE 00 CUM 00 .00 WA 00 EB 00 FAAE 00 UTED 00 VC 00 TEDS 00 INR 00 VCE 00 AC01 NSAE 00 NSCE 00 per 00 ACB 00 IRM 00 SSOO 0 SS00 Test 00 EPAE 00 DSCCQ 0 DRL 02 NFAT 00 SAS 00/003W.8512 E6 1204 032/3801203412 April 2 FM Embassy Caracas to SEC Estate Washed Comediate 5455 Info Department of Treasury Washed //Casia // Bogota Amambasi LA Paz Amambasi Lima Amambasi Quito Usinxo Miami FL //P0 lad // Released in part. B6, by 1.4, D. Unclause Section 01 of 02 Caracas 000985. NSC for AMS Maisto. Stats for DS/OP/WA, S/pound S0_DS/OP/CC. Sensitive. EO 12958, M/A. Tags, ASEC, Econ, PGOV, PREL, VE. Subject. Tale of Two Cities, The March on Miraflores Palace. Unclassified. Page 02 Carica 00985001 of 02120, 4032. Sensitive but unclassified, please handle accordingly. Ref. Caracas 000965. Summary. CSBU, meeting on the morning of April ILTH, the opposition's Coordinating Committee for Democracy and Liberty decided to go for broke, to seek the immediate departure of President Chavez by popular acclamation. Several participants voiced unease over the growing pressure to march on the Miraflores presidential palace. The following opposition rally held in front of PDVSA headquarters in Chaco was an overwhelming success. The CTV and FIDA cameras. Y Review Authority, John T. Mills T. Asificati 0N, Confidential Reason, 1.4, Declassify After, 2 April 2012 ILVRE.Case ID, M, Average 2004 2, MM00110J Jane Classified. 213. 8 Cable from the Department of State April 11, 2002, P2. Current Class, Unclassified. Current Handling, SBU. Unclassified. Leaders were swept into the spontaneous march on Miraflores when the peaceful marchers came to within 1 block of the palace. Troops from the Presidential Guard shot dozens of tear gas canisters to keep them at bay. Tens of thousands of demonstrators remained in the area throughout the afternoon. End summary. Opposition's strong display of resolve and unity. 2. SBU, the opposition's coordinating committee met at FEDSCAMERAS for 2 hours to discuss and reach agreement on strategy for the morning's upcoming march from Parque del BSFT, to PDVSA headquarters in Chaco. It was clear that there was growing support to continue the march from PDVSA on to Miraflores. Several attendees urged caution and expressed the belief the unclassified. Page 03 Karaka 0098501 of 0212 Q403Z. Opposition was not yet ready for that step. Others strongly maintained that it was time to directly confront the executive and demand that the president and his ministers resign. By unanimous voice vote, the committee decided to let Petacamara's president Pedro Carmona and CTV President Carlos Ortega make the decision regarding the march at the PFSA rally to allow them to gauge the temperament of the crowd. The 80-plus participants broke up the meeting in high spirits and headed out to Chaco. The roar of the crowd. 3. SBU, by XI00 AM, the area surrounding PFSA headquarters was a sea of humanity, men, women, children. From the press gallery located on a pedestrian bridge over the main plaza, Econofps looked out over a tightly packed crowd stretching for several blocks in all directions. When the first speaker was introduced, the roar of approval was remarkable, and it built from there. By the time Pedro Carmona spoke, it had become a foregone conclusion known to Miraflores. With Carmona, Ortega, and former PFSA President Guatque Puro Lambda in the vanguard, the multitude surged onto the autopista for the 4-mile march downtown. 4. SBU. Chavez. Statement demanding the resignation of President. The document, by popular acclamation, would be delivered to Chavez by the committee's leadership when the march reached Miraflores. Current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 214. 8 Cable from the Department of State April 11, 2002, p.3. Current class. Current handling. UNCLASSI-FI. SBC. Unclassified. Unclassified. Page 04 Karaka C098S01 of 02120403Z. S. U. Along the march route, the participants, numbering easily in the tens of thousands, were in a festive and expectant mood, singing the national anthem and chanting "Not one step back. Chavez, just leave." There were no weapons, only men and women of all ages and social classes. The overriding sentiment expressed by many participants was one of disbelief over the objective and the size of the crowd. A phalanx of Metropolitan Police motorcycles rode along at the head of the march, clearing the streets of traffic. Presidential Guard overreacts. 5U as the marchers turned the Pinal corner at roughly 2 p.m. and approached the long drive leading up to the presidential palace, it appeared they would reach their objective, and the noise from horns, whistles, claxons, and shouts reached a crescendo. Less than a block from the palace gates, approximately a dozen tear gas canisters were launched from behind the palace walls and fell among the lead elements. Amid cries of surprise and some fear, the crowd turned and pled back to the crossroads at the unclassified PTQQS55. Pajoy Action DSQO Karaka 0G98S02 of 021204,032. Infolog
0G3S-00 Test 00/04WASBS01BPAS00DSCC00. -.8512EA120403Z/380120, 3412 April 2 p.m. Amambasi Caracas to SECS Tate Washtk Immediate 5456 Info Department of Treasury Washtk //Gasia //Amambasi Bogota Amambasi LA Paz Amzamba and SY Lima Amambasi Quito Usinkso Miami FL //Palad / Unclause Section 020P02 Caracas 000985. Current class, unclassified. AC fled. 215. 8 Cable from the Department of State April 11, 2002,
p.4. UNCIASSIRFT. Current Clay A, unclassified UNV. Current handling, SBU. NSC for AMR Maisto. State for DS/OP/WA, S/ES0DS/OP/CC. Sensitive. EO 12958, N/A. Tags, ASEC, Econ, PGOV, PREL, VE. Subject, Tale of Two Cities, The March on Miraflores Palace. Unclassified. Page 02 Caraca 009850 of 021204G3Z. Bottom of the drive. 6. U. With the continuous arrival of more marchers, the lead sections tried once again to approach the palace approximately 20 miles notes later. This time they advanced even closer, but by now the Presidential Guard had formed up in solid ranks just below the palace gates. This time a barrage of roughly 20 gas canisters rained down on the marchers. The crowd ran and started to panic. They regrouped at the crossroads in a nearby plaza, but never again attempted to approach Miraflores. 7 SBU, for the next 2 hours, 3 SPM, the crowd milled around a late-arriving sound truck and cheered a progression of secondary speakers. Few cameras or CTV leaders arrived and the crowd grew increasingly uncertain of what would next transpire. Toward 5:00 p.m., Econov observed increasing violence in the nearby streets. Particularly on the next thoroughfare, Avenida Basalt, a small contingent of the march became the target of steady rock and bottle throwing by Chavistas and repeated barrages of tear gas canisters fired by the National Guard. The distinct sounds of gunfire erupted around 5:30 p.m. in the surrounding streets and the remaining crowd quickly broke up and retreated toward eastern Caracas along Avenida Bolívar. On rent class, unclassified. Unclassified. 216. 8 Cable from the Department of State April 11, 2002, p.5. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. Current handling, N/A. Confidential PTQ 4212. Page 01 Caraca 00995010P02122, 0492. Action WA 00. Infolog 00NP00800C.EA01CLAS00CTMEOO DINT 00.00.00PBRC00SRPP00EB00EXXM01E 00FAA00VC00FRB00H01 TED1-00I.NR0001TC01L00VCE00ACE00NSCE00OES01 OPIC 01 PM00PRS00ACE00SP00XRM00SS00STR00TRSE00 OZ00 EPAE00 PMB00 DRL02 G00 NPAT00 SAS00/G10W --859814122,049Z/2BOX22027Z April 2 FM Amambasi Caracas to SE State Washed Comediate 5466 Info Stock Washed Do Washed Cusant Havana Amambasi Mexico Amambasi Port OP Spain Amambasi Brasilia Amambasi Quito Amambasi Lima Amambasi Bogotá OPEC Collective. Released in part. Bulletin 1.4, D. Confidential Section 01 of 02 Caracas 000995. EO 12958, DECS, April 11, 12. Taos, Econ, EPET, BNRG, VE. Subject, PVC. Back to normal. Confidential. Page 02 Caraca 00995010P02122, 0492. 1 Classified by Ambassador Charles S. Shapiro for reasons 1.5, B, N, D. 2, C, Summary, televised scenes of joy have marked the return of Petróleos de Venezuela, PDVSA, employees to their La Campina headquarters building. Fired employees have been reinstated. Former Vice Presidents Carl Mazzeica, Eduardo Prazel J., and Vincenzo Paglione will act as coordinators in the selection of a new board. PDVSA executives underline that the company should return to normal operations by early next week. Shipments are expected to resume today. PDVSA spokesperson stated publicly that no oil will be sent to Cuba. I*. Aceification, confidential reason, declassify after, 2 April 28 12 date / case 2 August 30, 2004 2004000. Point 4, I. Unclassified. 217. 8 Cable from the Department of State April 11, 2002, p.6. Current class, confidential INF handling, N/A. N summary. PDVSA governability. Unclassified. U. The Para board resigned on April 11 in what many here describe as ex-President Chávez's last-ditch scheme to defuse the crisis by trying finally to negotiate with the PDVSA dissidents. In virtually his first act as interim president, Pedro Carmona Estonga reinstated the fired/retired/removed executives to their positions. Carl Mazzeica, Eduardo Prazel J., and Vincenzo Paglione, 3 of the 4 vice presidents on the Lameda board, were tapped to form a high-level coordinating committee until the designation of a new PDVSA president and board. Some have suggested that General Lameda might be reappointed as confidential. Page 03 Carica 0099501 of 02122049Z. President, but he is also being mentioned as a possible military person on the transition team. Luis Justi, now on his way to Caracas, is also sure to have a role in deciding Venezuela's future energy policies. 4. U. Edgar Paredes, Executive Director, Refining Supply and Trading, suspended on April 5, resumed the role he has played as spokesperson for the past 6 weeks, and addressed a noon press conference. Paredes underlined that PDVSA employees have been working since the night of April 11 to restore normal operations. He noted that the domestic market is now guaranteed while Venezuela's export partners are on their way to being fully supplied as well. Full operability is expected by early next week. Paredes also called for tolerance in dealing with PDVSA employees who did not strike. Cuba connection to end? 5. C. Paredes also said, "We not going to send even 1 barrel of oil to Cuba," which drew thunderous applause. Current class, Confide NTIA. Unclassified. 218. 8 Cable from the Department of State April 11, 2002, p7. Current class confidential. Current handling, N/A. If FIDE. IMS 3UMM.KKT7. Colombian government supports. New head of Venezuelan government. 2 In a televised interview, acting Colombian Foreign Minister Clemencia Ferrero spoke warmly about Venezuelan interim President Pedro Carmona. Ferrero said confidential. Page 03 Bogotá 03355001 of 02122307Z. She has known Carmona for many years, that Carmona is well known to the Colombian business community, is committed to regional integration, and is a great friend of Colombia. Trade Minister Orozco told the ambassador the same. Carmona is well known to the GOC and has worked closely with them on a number of issues. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. 219. 9 Cable from the Department of State April 13, 2002, p1. Current class. Current handle ING, unclassified. SBU. Sensitive RUT unclassified, please handle accordingly. New government sworn in. SBU, on the evening Friday, April 12, Pedro Carmona Estonga was sworn in as interim president of Venezuela. Those who signed the text of the swearing-in included representatives from various sectors of civil society. These included, the Catholic Church, Cardinal José Ignacio Velasco, the business community, Luis Enrique Pons Zuluaga, the political parties, José Curiel, NGOs, Rocio Guillaro, Media, Miguel Angel Martinez, Regional Governors, Manuel Rosales. Governor of Zulia State, Industry and Unclassified. Page 03 Carica 00996001 of 020301745Z. Commerce, Carlos Fernandez, Vice President of Fideicomisos, and Julio Brazan, of Consecomercio, and Banking, Ignacio Salvatierra. National Assembly dissolved. 2. SBU, after his swearing-in, Carmona announced by decree that the National Assembly would be dissolved, and that new National Assembly elections would take place no later than December of this year. Presidential elections would take place in no later than 365 days. He also announced that Bolivarian would be removed from the official name of the country, returning it to the Republic of Venezuela. 3. SBU, the decree also announced that a consultative council would be formed, made up of 35 individuals representing various sectors of democratic society. It is unclear who these people will be, or how they will be chosen to participate. 4. SBU, additionally, Carmona announced that the 48 decrees announced by President Chavez in November of 2001 would be suspended, and that a commission representing different sectors of society would be formed to review and revise them. 5. SBU, Carmona also announced that PFSA workers who were fifed, suspended, or forced into retirement would be current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 220. 9 Cable from the Department of State April 13, 2002, P2. Current class, unclassified. Current handling, SBU. Unclassified. Unclassified. PAG 804 Carica 00996001 of 020311745Z. Reinstated. 6. SBU, finally, Carmona asked the international community to have patience with his new government, and explained that in the first few hours, undesirable events could occur, but that he and his government were against hate and retaliation. He said that all Venezuelans have the obligation to control their passions and keep events under control. New Cabinet. 7. SBU, Carmona's new cabinet appointments include Minister of the Interior, Rafael Damian Bustillos, Minister of the Exterior, José Rodríguez Iterbe, Minister of Finance, Leopoldo Martínez, Minister of Agriculture, Raúl de Armas, Minister of Labor, César Augusto Carballo, Minister of Planning and Development, Leon Arismendi, Minister of Defense, Hector Ramirez Perez, Minister of Health, Rafael Ariza, Minister of the Secretary, Jesus Enrique Bricino, Prosecutor General, Daniel Romero, President of PFSA, Guayque Purol Almeida. Arrests and detentions. Unclassified. Page 05 Carica 00996001 of 020311745Z. Unclassified. Unclassified PTQ 8948. Page 01 Carica 00996002 of 020311748Z. Action DS00. Infolog 00. ACQ 00. INL 0Q. SRP PIOC. FRB 00. COR 01. CA 01. DINT 00. EB 00. OBOOO. MPA 00. CCOOO. DODOO. EXME 00. H 01. NP 00. CEA 01. DOEEOO. E00. TEDE 00. AID 00. CIAE 00. ITCE 00. FAAE 00. INR 00. AMAD 00. CUM 00. DOTE 00. UTED 0010-00. A00. CTME 00. WA 00. VC 00. ITC 01. Current class. Unclassified. Unclassified.
221. 9 Cable from the Department of State April 13, 2002, p3. Current class, unclassified EVNC classified. Current handling, SBU. Lab, 01L00VCE00M00OCS03OES01OMB01 OPIC 01 OPR 01 PA 00 PM 00 PRS 00 ACE 00 P00 SCT 00 SP 00 IRM 00 SSOOO SS 00 STR 00 Test 00 TRSE 00 UC 00 USSS 00 ASDS 01 EPAE 00 ECA 0 QIIP 00 PMB 00 DSCC 00 DRL 02G 00 NFAT 00 SAS 00/017 WA9 CB03031753Z/3801318030 April 2 FM Amambasi Caracas to SECS Tate Washed Comediate 5469 Info OPEC Collective Priority Amambasi Bogota Priority Amambasi Quito Amambasi LA Paz Amambasi Lima Amambasi Panama Usinxo Miami FL UNCLAUSE Section 02 of 02 Caracas 000996. Sensitive. Unclassified. Page 02 Caracas 009960 of 02031748Z. Corrected copy caption and param markings added. NSC for AMB Maisto. Usinsko for Palad. Department CA for Mary A. Ryan and DS/OP/WA and S/ESOD/OP/CC. EO 12958, N/A. Tags, Econ, PGOV, PREL, EPET, ASCC, CASC, VE. Subject, Satrap, Saturday, April 13. 8. SBU, to date, several members of Chavez's MVR party have been detained by police forces. These include MVR Deputy William Tarek Saab and former Interior Minister Rodriguez Chason. We have also heard reports that Takara Governor Ronald Blanco La Cruz and Merida Governor Florencio Porras, both of MVR, were being held. We do not know what charges, if any, have been filed against them. Tarek William Saab has reportedly been released as of April 13. Concern expressed. Current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 222. 9 Cable from the Department of State April 13, 2002, p.4. Current T class, Classify ev LASSI Phi D Current Handling, SBD. 9. Sopolap Bass received several PBOM calls from party members who are concerned about the HU government's course of action, especially the dissolution of Congress. They resent not being included in the new government, and fear that the Carmona government is although many party unclassified. Page 03 Caracas 009960 of 0203L748Z. Representatives were involved in the decision to name Carmona interim president. The party representatives who are now expressing concern say that the party leaders themselves were not consulted. 10. SM, the NGO community has also expressed concern about the new Carmona government. They are especially concerned that the independent branches of the government that make up the Poder Ciudadano, the Fiscalza General, Attorney General's Office, the Defensor, A del Pueblo, Human Rights Ombudsman, and the Controlaria General, Controller General, are no longer FIMCT1 on ING. Disturbances not reported. 11. SBU, there have been reports that sporadic violence has taken place in various areas of Caracas. The night OP April 12, we received word that there were disturbances in neighborhood OP Pater, Guarinas. 23 de Enero, El Valle, and Cacha La Mar. The road from Caracas to Maikatsa Airport was closed by the National Guard after reports OP shooting. These events have not been reported by local media. According to PA contacts, the media believed that the disturbances were planned to incite panic,
AMD felt that coverage would add to that panic. 12 CS Bulletin, this afternoon, we have received word that at unclassified. Page 04 Karaka 00996002 of 02031748Z. Least 2 shopping centers have been closed by guards. AMD evacuated, perhaps to prevent looting. As of midday, AM Embassy contact reported that Metro has been closed, and that gunfire could be heard downtown. Tear gas is also reportedly being used. MO local news channels are reporting these events. Current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 223. 10 Cable from the Department of State April 14, 2002, p.1. Current class, confidential. Current handling, N/A. Unclassified. Page 01. Action DS00. NFO. Confidential. Karaka 010091411012Z. Released in PAR. Pro M9, I.4, D. Log 00MP00NP00800ACQ00CA01. CEA01. CLAE00 CUM 00 CTME 00 INL 00 DINT 00 DOT DOEE OCT 00 WA 00 PERC 00 SRPP 00 EB 00 XM 01 E 00 FAAE 0 GVCOO FRB 00 K 01 TEDE 00 INR 00 ITC 01 Lab 01 L 00 VCE 00 AC 01 NSAE 00 NSCE 00 OCS 03 OES 01 OMB 01 OPIC 01 PA 00 PM 00 PRS 00 ACE 00 P00 SCT 00 SP 00 IRM 00 SSOO SS80 STR 00 Tree 00 UC 00 ASDS 01 I.IP 00 PMB 00 DSCC 00 DRL 02 G 00 NFAT 00 SAS 00/016 W858 C05141 0152/3801140, 9502 April 2 FM Amambasi Caracas to SECS Tate Washed Comediate 5484 Info OPEC Collective. Priority Amambasi Bogota Priority Amambasi Quito Amambasi LA Paz Amambasi Lima Usinxo Miami FL. Confidential Caracas 001009. NSC for AMB Maisto. Usinsko for Palad. Department CA for Mary A. Ryan. Confidential. Page 02 Karaka 010091411012Z. Department also for DS/OP/WA and S/ESOD/OP/CC. E. 012958, DECL, April 14, 12. Tags, Econ, PGOV, PREL, EPET, ASBC, CASCVE. Subject, Venezuela Citrep as OP4 AM April 14 Chavez returns. Ref, A. Caracas 1002B.1001 C.0098E.009980H00984G.009741.00973J.009660K.00948. Classified by Ambassador Charles S. Shapiro. Reason I-5, B, N, D. Triumphant return of Chavez. 1. SBU, at 2:50 a.m. April 14, Hugo Chavez arrived at Miraflores Palace and was greeted by a large crowd of celebrating supporters. Current class, confidential. NUT, SIUTS Departmente of ST8. U-View Authority, John I Mill IS, 6L./case ID. 0.10 August 2004 200400110 Unclassified. 224. 10 Cable from the Department of State April 14, 2002, p2. Current class, confidential unclassified. Current handling, N/A. Official television reported that Chavez flew by helicopter from Orquilla Island to a military facility in Maracay, AMD, then on to Miraflores in Caracas. Thereafter, official television showed Chavez government ministers and military supporters arriving inside Miraflores gates. 2. SBU, Chavez appeared inside of Miraflores, flanked by William Lara, Isay Rodriguez, Diosdado Cabello, and José Vicente Rangel, and delivered an hour-long address which started at 4:30 a.m. April 14. Chavez immediately called for calm and said everyone should go home to your house, to your family. He promised that there will be no revenge or persecution of his opponents, but obliquely noted that changes have to be made. He referenced that he had accepted the resignation of the PFSA board of directors apparently tendered by President Gaston Pera on April 11, AMD Confidential. Page 03 Caracas 01009, 141, 0122. Will work to constitute a new board. He also issued a call to form roundtables for national dialogue. Chavez explained that he was not mistreated while in custody, and firmly declared that he did not resign at any time. Local TV coverage. 4. SBU, all local television channels, and at least 2 international channels, covered Chavez*'s address live, apparently through a PID Prom Vibnesklina DB television, the state-controlled channel. Earlier, local television channels carried feeds from the state-controlled channel in which Chavez supporters talked from inside the studio, or carried regular entertainment. There has been no independent local television reporting throughout the night. Carmona's ill-fated declaration. Confidential. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. 225. 11 Cable from the Department of State April 14, 2002, Otto Reich, P1. Current class, confidential. Current handling, N/A. Unclassified. Page 01. Origin WA 00. Infolog 00. UR 00. L00. R00. State. NP 00. VC 00. VCEGG. Confidential. 070877150.111Z. AMAD 00 ACQ 00. TEDE 00 INR 00. NSAE 00 OIC 02. /PTOS 001 $, released in PARIBL, 1.4, D. CIAE 00 INL 00 DS 0010-00 JUSE 00 Lab OLP 00 SP 00 SS 00 DSCC 00 DRL 02 NFA TOC SAS 00/QOSR 070877. Source, Diskette.020728. Drafted by, WA/N. Naranjo BRN April 14, 02x74216 and 02/cables/RAL approved by, Wasaj Reich WA JCSTMFBLS WA/N Jade Fairer DRKBUEP Talenderking WA/USOA 8. Renoriga, 8S12 CD150, 1122/3800150, 1072 April 2 FMSECS Tate Washed to Western Hemispheric Affairs Dipl Posts Immediate Info NSC Washed Immediate 0000 Joint Staff Washed Immediate 0000 SICDEF Washed Immediate 0000 Southcom Miami FL Immediate Scan USUN New York Immediate Embassy Vatican Immediate Embassy Madrid Immediate Embassy London Immediate Scan Geneva Immediate Confidential State 070877. EO 12988, OECL, April 14, 12. Confidential. Page 02 State 070877150111x2. Tags, PREL, PGOV, PHUM, KDEM, VE. Subject, Rallying International Support for Venezuelan Democracy. Classified by Assistant Secretary for Western Hemisphere Affairs Otto J. Reich. Reasons, 1.5, B, N, D. RUR Rensi.1 ASS, Confident EL. Timi Kij Stapes Department of State RT/I. AVL 11, or II/, John LML. ISDVIT Case ID, Joe /, 2004 200 4001 if, unclassified. 226. 11 Cable from the Department of State April 14, 2002, Otto Reich, P2. Current class, confidential. Current handling, N/A. Unclassified. Background. 3. On April 11, hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans gathered to seek redress of their grievances. Chavez supporters fired on anti-government protesters, resulting in more than 100 wounded or killed. Venezuelan military and police refused government orders to fire on demonstrators. The government prevented 5 independent television stations from reporting on events. After meeting with senior military officers, Chavez allegedly resigned the presidency. A provisional civilian government, led by Pedro Carmona, assumed power and promised early elections. On April 12, Pedro Carmona was sworn in as provisional president. The provisional government announced the dissolution of Venezuela's National Assembly and Supreme Tribunal of Justice. Subsequently, on April. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. 227. 11 Cable from the Department of State April 14 R 2002, Otto Reich, P3. Current class, confidenti unclassified. Current handling, N/A. 13, Carmona, who had been under intense U.S. confidential. Page 04 State 07087 150111Z. International and domestic pressure to maintain constitutional continuity reversed course and reinstated the National Assembly and charged it with selecting a provisional president. 5. Throughout April 13, however, pro-Ave forces made a concerted effort to restore Chavez to the presidency. Pro-Chavez forces seized the Miraflores presidential palace, swore in Chavez Vice President Diosdado Cabello as acting president, and seized or forced the evacuation of all media outlets. Finally, troops loyal to Chavez seized control of THIRD-WORLDISM, home of Venezuela's Ministry of Defense, and arrested Carmona and his military high command. Chavez returned to Caracas and resumed his presidency. 6. President Chavez addressed the nation early in the morning on April 14. In his address, Chavez promised he would not retaliate against or persecute his opponents, said he would reflect on his actions and urged others to do so as well, issued a call for national contables of dialogue to begin on April 18, said he had not been mistreated, and stated that he had never resigned. U.S. position on events in Venezuela. 7. Begin text of White House statement. Confidential. Page 05 State 0708771SC1112. The White House. Office OP the Press Secretary. For immediate release April 14, 2002. Statement by the Press Secretary. The United States is monitoring the situation in Venezuela with great concern. We deeply regret the violence and loss of life, and call on all Venezuelans to work peacefully to resolve this crisis. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. 228. 11 Cable from the Department of State April 14, 2002, Otto Reich, P4. Current class. Current handling, Siongaden TIUNCLASSIFIEDN/A. We welcome and support the decision by the Organization of American States to send immediately a fact-finding mission headed by Secretary General Cesar Gaviria to Venezuela to support the re-establishment of full democracy, with guarantees for citizens and respect for fundamental freedoms, within the framework of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. The people of Venezuela have sent a clear message to President Chavez that they want both democracy and reform. The Chavez administration has an opportunity to respond to this message by correcting its course and governing in a fully democratic manner. President Chavez has now called for national reflection and dialogue. He needs to seize this opportunity to ensure legitimacy by reaching out to the political opposition, civil society, and to all democratic forces in Venezuela. Confidential. Page 06 State 07087 150 1112. The United States and the world community of democracies will be closely following events in Venezuela. President Chavez bears particular responsibility to preserve the peace, to protect human rights and democratic freedoms, and to create the conditions necessary for a national dialogue. We call on him to work with all Venezuelans and with the Organization of American States toward this end. End text of White House Statement. Powell. Confidential. End of document. Current class, confidential. Unclassified. 229. 12 Department of State Press Guidance April 16, 2002, p1. Current class. Current handling. Unclassify n/a. J. Jane Class if 1HL. All posts for POW, USICM for PALAD. EO 12958, n/a. Tags, OPRC, KPAO. Subject, WA Guidance, April 16, 2002. Summary of contents. WA Press Guidance, April 16, Venezuela. End summary. WA Press Guidance, April 16, 2002. Venezuela, meetings, U.S. involvement, legitimacy, reaction to Chavez speech, arrests of Carmona et.al. Q. Did U.S. officials meet with Venezuelan opposition officials prior to the April 11 removal of President Chavez? Unclassified. Page 03 State 072430162107Z. From Power. A. U.S. officials have met with a broad spectrum of Venezuelans over the past several months both in Caracas and in Washington. U.S. officials met with business community representatives, labor union officials, Catholic Church leaders, opposition political leaders, and a wide array of Venezuelan government officials. If asked. In the course of normal diplomatic contacts, U.S. officials met with Pedro Carmona, the president of the Venezuelan Federation of Chambers of Commerce, FEDECAMARAS. Our message to all Venezuelan contacts has been consistent. The political situation in Venezuela is one for Venezuelans to resolve peacefully, democratically, and constitutionally. We explicitly told all of our Venezuelan interlocutors on numerous occasions and at many levels that under no circumstances would the United States support any unconstitutional, undemocratic effort, such as coup, to remove President Chavez from power. Q. Was the United States involved in the effort to remove Venezuelan President Chavez from power? A. Absolutely not. Current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 230. 12 Department of State Press Guidance April 16, 2002, p.2. Current class. Current hand rig. Unclassify n/a. Classified. Q. Why them dtd the U.S. not condemn the removal of President Chavez from power on Friday, April 12 and call for unclassified. Page 04 State 072430162072. His immediate reinstatement. A. Our response to the situation in Venezuela on April 12 laid out the facts as we knew them to be during a very confusing time. Those facts were that hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans demonstrated peacefully against the Chavez government, that the Chavez government responded with a crackdown against protesters and the independent media, that President Chavez was reported to have dismissed his vice president and cabinet and resigned, and that a transitional government had assumed powers and called for new elections. Our position was that this situation should be resolved peacefully and democratically, and in accordance with the Inter-American Democratic Charter. We followed this statement by helping to draft a resolution at the Organization of American States, OAS, invoking Article 20 of the Inter-American Democratic Charter. Article 20 allows for any OAS member state, or the Secretary General, to convoke the OAS Permanent Council to undertake a collective assessment of the situation when there has been an unconstitutional alteration of the constitutional regime that seriously impairs the democratic order in a member state. With that objective, our representative to the OAS clearly stated that the so-called provisional government had yet to demonstrate that they are the legally constituted civilian authority. Our delegation also said that the OAS must rigorously insist that Venezuelan authorities respect the essential elements of democracy. Unclassified. Page OS State 0724301621-1072. We joined the consensus to support the OAS resolution of April 13 that condemned the alteration of constitutional order, called for the normalization of the democratic institutional framework in Venezuela, within the context of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and called for the OAS Secretary-General to conduct a fact-finding mission to Venezuela. We are pleased that the Hemisphere is engaged in supporting democracy in Venezuela. We trust that our hemispheric partners will continue this engagement to ensure that current, class, unclassified, classified. L. 231. 12 Department of State Press Guidance April 16, 2002, p.3. Current class, unclassify NCI, ASIP 11D current handling, N/A. Venezuela respects democratic institutions and processes and follows through on its commitments for national dialogue and reconciliation. Q. Is the government of Venezuelan President Hugo Chavez legitimate? A. Yes. The Venezuelan people freely and fairly elected Hugo Chavez to be president of Venezuela in democratic elections in December 1998 and July 2000. Legitimacy earned through elections must be maintained and nurtured through democratic governance that respects the essential elements of democracy. President Chavez's call for national dialogue and reconciliation is a welcome initial initiative toward fully restoring the essential elements of democracy. Q. Do you have any reaction to President Chavez's April 15 speech? A. We welcome President Chavez's calls for roundtables of unclassified. Page 06 State 072430162162I07Z. National Dialogue and Reconciliation. This is an important first step in reclaiming Venezuela's democracy. We urge the Venezuelan government to support fully the Organization of American States OAS, Secretary-General's fact-finding mission to Venezuela. Through its good offices, the OAS can play an important role by supporting a broad and inclusive national dialogue that promotes reconciliation and strengthening the essential elements of democracy in Venezuela. Q. Do you have any comment regarding the detention of Provisional President Pedro Carmona and the military officers that supported his government? A. It is our understanding that Pedro Carmona, individuals who worked with Carmona, and military leaders that supported Carmona have been detained. As we would with any Venezuelan citizen, we urge the Venezuelan government to respect the human rights of these individuals and to handle their cases in accordance with the fundamental principles of justice. President Chavez has promised to respect the human rights of those persons who were detained. We welcome this promise, and trust that President Chavez will follow through on it. Powell. Unclassified. Current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 232. 13 Department of State Press Guidance April 17, 2002, p.1. Current class, umchasifald in classifit D. Current handling, N/A. Tags, OPRC, KPAO. Subject, WKA Guidance, April 17, 2002. Summary of contents. WA Press Guidance, April 1. Venezuela. End summary. WA Press Guidance, April 17, 2002. Venezuela, Reich call to Pedro Carmona. Question: Did Assistant Secretary of State Reich speak with Venezuela's then interim president on Friday, April 12 to advise him to not dissolve the National Assembly? Unclassified. Page 03 State 073182172107Z. A. Contrary to a report in the New York Times, Assistant Secretary Reich did not speak with then interim President Pedro Carmona on Friday, April 12 or at any other time during Venezuela's crisis last week. Through our embassy in Caracas, Ambassador Reich did convey the expectations of the U.S. government that the interim government would respect the institutions and practices of democracy in Venezuela, including the continued functioning of all branches of government. If pressed, over the course of Friday and Saturday, Ambassador Shapiro spoke with a number of Venezuelans involved in the events there, including then interim President Carmona. The assertion that the United States sought to stage manage the situation in Venezuela is flatly incorrect. Our diplomatic efforts, like those of our democratic allies, were focused on helping Venezuelans resolve their crisis peacefully and democratically. Through regular diplomatic contacts both in Washington and in Caracas, we made clear our rejection of any unconstitutional, undemocratic effort by any party in Venezuela. Powell. Unclassified. End of document. Current, class, unclassified. Unclassified. 233. 14 Department of State Press Guidance April 19, 2002, p.1. Current class, unclassified. Current handling, N/A. Q. What about assertions that U.S. officials have been too close to those Venezuelans who were involved in the events of unclassified? Page 04 State 075817222122Z. April 11 to 13. A. U.S. officials have met with a broad spectrum of Venezuelans over the past several months both in Caracas and in Washington. U.S. officials met with business community representatives, labor union officials, Catholic Church leaders, opposition political leaders, pro-Chavez legislators, and a wide array of Venezuelan government officials. In the course of normal diplomatic contacts, U.S. officials met with Pedro Carmona, the president of the Venezuelan Federation of Chambers of Commerce Fidecámaras. Our message to all Venezuelan contacts has been consistent. The political situation in Venezuela is one for Venezuelans to resolve peacefully, democratically, and constitutionally. We explicitly told all of our Venezuelan interlocutors on numerous occasions and at many levels that under no circumstances would the United States support any unconstitutional, undemocratic effort, such as a coup. Q. What about the statement of a diplomat present at a February 12 meeting at the Department of State that department officials were quick to point out that Chavez had resigned? A. Our response to the situation in Venezuela on April 12 laid out the facts as we knew them to be during a very confusing time. Those facts were that, 1. Hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans demonstrated peacefully against the Chavez government, 2. The Chavez government responded with a bloody crackdown against protesters and the independent unclassified. Page 05 State 075817222122Z. Media. 3. President Chavez had dismissed his vice president and cabinet and resigned, and 4. A transitional government would assume power and call for new elections. In all of our statements, we emphasized that Venezuelans needed to resolve this situation peacefully, democratically, and constitutionally in accordance with the Inter-American Democratic Charter. As stated before, it was our understanding that President Chavez had resigned and that there was no successor. It was up to Venezuelans to decide how to resolve this succession crisis. Once Venezuelans had current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 234. 14 Department of State Press Guidance April 19, 2002, p2. Current class, unclassified class ELED. Current handling, N/A. Determined their path forward, the Inter-American community would examine this Venezuelan solution to determine if it was in keeping with the Inter-American Democratic Charter. If Ha Press Guidance, April 19, 2002. Cuba, vote on UNRWA Human Rights Resolution. Q. The UN Commission on Human Rights CCHR, has again voted to admonish Cuba over repressing its citizens' human rights. Any comment? A. Today's 23-21-09 vote was a victory for the Cuban people. It demonstrates that the world is aware of their plight. AMD supports their brave efforts to press for better human rights observance and for democracy in Cuba. It also sends an unambiguous message to the Cuban government, unclassified. Page 06 State 07581 222122Z. For the fourth straight year, the international community has found the human rights situation in Cuba wanting. There's something new here. For the first time ever, Cuba's neighbors in Latin America drafted, introduced, and broadly supported with their CO sponsorships and votes a resolution on human rights in Cuba. Particular credit must go to Uruguay, for tabling this remarkable AMD groundbreaking effort, and to all the Latin American countries which lent their support to the resolution. Importantly, the resolution calls on the Cuban regime to make progress in the fields of civil and political human rights, and requests the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights to send a representative to Cuba and report back to the Commission. Call on Cuba to comply with the will of the UN Human Rights Commission. AMD permit this representative to visit in order to help Cuba make the necessary progress in the field of human and civil rights. 3S/CT Press Guidance, April 19, 2002. Ecuador, Deputy Secretary's remarks. Current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 235. 15 Department of State Press Guidance April 22, 2002, P1. Current, class, unclassified. Current handling, N/A. All posts for POW, SOCOM for PALAD. EO 12958, N/A. Tags, OPRC, KPAO. Subject, WA Guidance, April 22, 2002. Summary OP Contents. 1 WA Press Guidance, April 22, Venezuela. 2 WA Press Guidance, April 19, Cuba. 3S/CT Press Guidance, April 19, Ecuador. 4 Taken Questions, April 19, Canada, Venezuela, and Summary. 1 WA Press Guidance, April 22, 2002. Venezuela, Ambassador Shapiro meeting with Carmona/assertions US too close to opposition unclassified. Page 03 State 0758172222122Z. Q. What did Ambassador Shapiro say to Pedro Carmona? A. Ambassador Shapiro spoke with Pedro Carmona twice in the immediate aftermath of April 11. First, on April 12 before Carmona swore himself in, Ambassador Shapiro phoned Carmona and told him that any political transition process had to be constitutional and democratic and urged him not to dissolve the National Assembly. On April 13, after Carmona had sworn himself in as the interim provisional president and had dissolved the National Assembly, Ambassador Shapiro met with Carmona, at Miraflores Palace, and provided him a copy of the Inter-American Democratic Charter, urged him to re-establish the National Assembly, to move to elections as soon as possible, and to contact the Organization of American States, OAS, Secretary-General to welcome an OAS delegation. During his meeting with Interim President Carmona, Ambassador Shapiro urged Carmona to immediately restore constitutional order and normalize democratic rule in Venezuela. Our message to all Venezuelan contacts has been consistent: the political situation in Venezuela is one for Venezuelans to resolve peacefully, democratically, and constitutionally. We explicitly told all of our Venezuelan interlocutors on numerous occasions and at many levels that under no circumstances would the United States support any unconstitutional, undemocratic effort, such as a coup. Current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 236. 16 Department of State Press Guidance August 12-13, 2002, P1. Current clans, UBCFSVNCLASSLRIFCD. Current handling, NFA. All posts for POW, OSCOM for PCLAD. EO 12958, M/A. Tags, OPRC, KPAO. Subject, WA Guidance, August 13, 2002. Summary of contents. 1. Taken question, August 12, Venezuela. 2. WKA Press Guidance, August 12, Venezuela. 3. WKA Press Guidance, August 13, Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, and Summary. Taken question, WKA Press Guidance, August 12, 2002. Venezuela, visit OP Foreign Minister Roy Chadbourton VVQ Prom August 12, 02 Daily Press Briefing, unclassified. Page 03 State 155,266 141, 7032. Question, is a meeting between Deputy Secretary Armitag and Venezuelan Foreign Minister Roy Chadbourton scheduled? If so, when? Answer, the Deputy Secretary will meet with Venezuelan Foreign Minister Roy Chadbourton on Tuesday, August 20. Question, will the subject of the Venezuelan Supreme Court's deliberations on the question of whether to charge with rebellion 4 senior military officers be on the agenda? What else will be included on the agenda? Answer, the Deputy Secretary and the Foreign Minister Chadbourton will discuss a wide variety of issues including the current political situation in Venezuela and issues of mutual interest to our bilateral relationship. 2. WA Press Guidance, August 12, 2002. Venezuela, revocation of visas. Q. Can you confirm that Pedro Carmona and Molina Tamayo's U.S. visas were revoked? A. Messrs. Carmona and Tamayo's visas were revoked under Section 214, b, of the Immigration and Nationality Act, which current class, unclassified. Jane classified. 237. 16 Department of State Press Guidance August 12-13, 2002, p2. Current class, unclassified JD1 NCLASSLLIED current handling, N/A. Provides that foreign nationals are presumed to be intending unclassified. Page 04 State 155,266 141, 7032. Immigrants and therefore ineligible for a non-immigrant visa unless they can establish they qualify for non-immigrant classification. Q. What was the basis for the determination that they didn't qualify for visas any longer under Section 214, b? A. Visa records are confidential under U.S. law, and I can't provide any details on the underlying factual basis for the ineligibility findings. 3. WA Press Guidance, August 13, 2002. Cuba, former UN Ambassador in Department. Q. Will former UN Ambassador to Cuba Jorge Alcibiades Hidalgo Basulto be meeting with anyone in the department? A. Former UN Ambassador to Cuba Jorge Alcibiades Hidalgo Basulto will meet with State Department officials, including Assistant Secretary for Western Hemisphere Affairs Otto J. Reich. We look forward to hearing Hidalgo's first-hand assessment of the situation on the island. Colombia, State of Internal Disturbance declared. Unclassified. Page 05 State 155,266 1417030Z. Question, do you have any comment on the President Uribe's declaration of a state of internal disturbance? What is the status of the embassy? American community? Additional travel warnings anticipated? A. President Uribe declared a state of internal disturbance early August 12, as provided for under the 1991 Constitution. A state of internal disturbance may last a maximum of 270 days, and allows for the President to issue decree laws, declare curfews, make searches without warrant, while promising the protection of human rights and civil liberties. A range of Colombian political leaders have spoken out in favor of the decree. We are unaware of specific new threats against either the current class, unclassified. Unclassified. 238. USAID $10 million grant to Die for Venezuela program. Section C. Section C, Description/Specification/Statement of Work. C.1 Statement of Work, Venezuela Statement of Work Specifications. 1. Background. USAID's Office of Transition Initiatives, OTI, was established in 1994 to respond to countries experiencing a significant and sometimes rapid political transition, which may or may not be accompanied by a social and/or economic crisis. OTI assesses, designs and implements programs that have characteristics of being fast, flexible, innovative, tangible, targeted, catalytic and overtly political, focusing on the root causes of the crisis. A political transition may occur as a result of military intervention like in Kosovo or Haiti, a change in presidency like in Indonesia or Peru, a peace agreement like in Guatemala or Mindanao, Philippines, or in support for peaceful resolution to political strife as in Colombia. OTI is often engaged in the most sensitive political issues of the U.S. government's priority and high-profile countries. It operates on the premise that fast, flexible, targeted, catalytic and overt political transition assistance can assist countries in moving away from crisis or other at-risk situations to stability. Operating under the special authorities of the International Disaster Assistance IDAS account funding, OTI's initial responses and setup are rapid, its operations decentralized and streamlined, and its programs brief, normally about 2 years. Therefore, time is always of the essence in each phase of its program: assessment, deployment, operations setup, grant making and phase out or handoff. With this, OTI must have the ability to change, reorient, or otherwise refocus its programs and/or respond to new crises in the country or region. In the field, OTI works with organizations of various political dimensions, including indigenous groups, cooperatives, associations, informal groups, local, regional, and national governments, private voluntary organizations, PVOs, student groups, media, international organizations, private sector and coalitions of these entities. Activities may include efforts to promote reconciliation, conflict resolution and prevention, advance an economic recovery with employment and vocational training, promote independent media with journalist training and law reform, demobilize and reintegrate ex-combatants, increased land access with determining efforts, provide nationwide training to regional and local elected officials, promote national messages using television, radio, and newsprint, reactivate critical NGOs with startup grants, promote governance with elections support, develop a strong civil society, and initiate rural infrastructure rehabilitation projects with community participation. ODT frequently uses small grants from $500 to under $100,000, with defined goals, objectives, deliverables, and reporting, to undertake these initiatives. The prototype grant involves some or all of the following. Page of 4s. 239. Section C. Broad and diverse community participation in the grant's design and implementation, community grant counterpart, e.g. in labor or materials, catalytic nature, near-term, high impact, a media component to amplify the results, tangible visible benefits, and in-kind procurement. The types of grants may vary, but they focus on the root causes of the crisis. Because the grant aims to advance peaceful democratic change, these grants may focus on issues of higher risk and/or activities not currently being funded by others. These grants are usually, or primarily, disbursed in kind, but cash or cash advances are sometimes more cost-effective and efficient depending on the country's situation, grantee, grant amount, and grant type. Depending on the country and program focus, in-kind assistance may include, but not limited to, office equipment, printing materials, conference/seminar venues, agricultural equipment, or building supplies. While the cognizant technical officer, CTO, is Washington-based, one or more U.S. personal services contractors, PSCs, will be assigned in the field to manage, oversee, and make day-to-day decisions regarding the contract management and implementation of OD***'s country program. The Senior OD Field Representative, AUSPSC, will provide overall programmatic focus, direction, and grant approval. The Senior OD Field Representative will also determine the types or range of organizations or grantees that will be funded.
The country representative will make these decisions based upon U.S. foreign policy interests and in close collaboration with the U.S. Embassy. Field staffing and administrative structures may also vary according to the demands of each country program and area. There may be one or more ODI regional offices, possibly with a coordinating office in the capital, U.S. Embassy, or USAT mission. In addition, ODI may be required to establish a regional program to respond to a crisis. For each program, the number of offices and location of offices will be determined by the senior ODI field representative in consideration of the programmatic focus and cost effectiveness and efficiency. Although the country context may vary, ODI works closely in the design and implementation of programs, with the U.S. Embassy, the USAID mission and the Office of Foreign Disaster Assistance, when present in the country. ODI often needs a contractor to provide support for all phases of the program. Depending on the program, the contractor will be responsible for administrative, logistics, procurement and finance aspects of the program. More specifically, the contractor will set up offices, purchase office equipment and vehicles, locate and hire staff, establish communications systems, develop and maintain a procurement and financial system, determine grant worthiness, develop and maintain the database, and monitor grant effectiveness and impact. The contractor will be expected to provide varying amounts of funds on short notice and in countries where there are no or limited banking institutions. Contracting partners are critical to the success of ODI programs because they are expected to overcome the significant challenges posed by war-torn or otherwise unstable countries in which ODI operates. 2. Contract duration. The contract will be for a 1-year period, with an option to renew for an additional year at the end of the first year. A 6-day workweek is authorized for the first 6 months, thereafter, with advanced CTO approval. Page 8 of 49. 240. Section C. 3. Country background, Venezuela. Venezuela has operated as a functioning, although imperfect, democracy since 1958. Under an arrangement known as Punto Fijo, the country's 2 most influential political parties, the Social Democratic ADCEC Democratic *, and the Christian Democratic COPI, agreed on means to share and control power. Low petroleum prices in the late 1980s produced national financial crises and economic measures that resulted in public outcry over the problems the country faced and the government's inability to mend the situation. The economic stress and the government's sometimes repressive response to public reaction marked the acceleration of increasingly widespread dissatisfaction with Punto Fijismo and a weakening of already fragile democratic institutions. In 1998, Hugo Chavez was elected by an overwhelming majority of voters on a platform to address the problems of the poor and address corruption, which had become a hallmark of the Punto Fijismo. In recent months, his popularity has waned and political tensions have risen dramatically as President Chavez has attempted to implement several controversial reforms. The tensions came to a head on April when several protesters were shot outside the presidential palace. Support for democracy remains the top foreign policy priority in the hemisphere for the United States, and the United States has a strong interest in ensuring that it endures in Venezuela. For democracy to remain viable, support is needed for the institutions that provide for checks and balances, and ensure the protection of human rights and the free expression of ideas, including, at both the national and local levels, by the media, civil society, political parties, and government institutions. Venezuela is at a critical juncture in its democratic history, and targeted, flexible assistance aimed at supporting democracy could make a difference. A pillar of USAID's strategy is conflict mitigation, and ODI through the contractor chosen through this scope of work will specifically focus on program areas that seek to restore democratic balance and ease societal tensions. The timing for an ODI program is perhaps more relevant today than when the initial assessment was conducted. For program description. The contractor will establish a flexible, quick dispersing small grant fund, able to respond to the rapidly evolving political situation in Venezuela. For the base year, the value of the grants to be dispersed will be $3,500,000. If the option is exercised, the value of the grants to be dispersed for the option year will be $3,500,000.
This fund will be managed by an ODI field representative reporting to the U.S. ambassador in Venezuela and supported by the incumbent contractor or cooperating agency. The field representative will maintain close collaboration with other embassy offices in identifying opportunities, selecting partners, and ensuring the program remains consistent with U.S. foreign policy. The ODI field representative will approve grants under $100,000. The contractor shall develop grant formats that are subject to prior approval by the Office of Procurement/Contracting Officer for each type of proposed grant under this contract, i.e. POs, U.S. organizations, and local, regional and national governments. The contractor will develop a field grant guide and provide trained and experienced grants. Page 9 of 49. 241. Section C. Managers for grants under contracts, and more specifically where grants will be provided to U.S. organizations, POs, and local, regional and national governments. In accordance with ODI's approved grants under contracts deviation, dated January 7, 02, grants under this contract are authorized as follows. 1. U.S. organizations. The ODI field representative shall approve grants to U.S. organizations up to $100,000. The contracting officer must approve any such grants over $100,000. 2. Public international organizations, PIOA, the ODI field representative 1VE shall approve grants to POs as defined in ADS 308.7, up to $100,000. The contracting officer must approve such grants over $100,000. 3. Local, regional, and national government organizations. The ODI field representative shall approve grants to local, regional, and national government organizations, up to $100,000. Any such grants over $100,000 require prior approval of the cognizant technical officer, CTO. The minimum criteria for grant selection and approval will include, but not be limited to, consistent with U.S. interests and objectives, and consistent with the ODI program areas, some of which are outlined below. Demonstrate potential for short-term impact, i.e., less than 6 months. Significant counterpart contribution. The current situation augurs strongly for rapid U.S. government engagement. ODI, through its contractor, will act quickly to initiate nonpartisan programs that promote pluralism in a democratic society. It will include the participation of all groups that seek to promote an inclusive democracy in Venezuela. ODI will not provide assistance to any groups seeking to unconstitutionally alter the political order. The ODI program will be part of a coordinated approach by the U.S. government supporting democracy. ODI is already working closely with the USAID's Latin America and Caribbean (LAC) Bureau to ensure a successful handoff of the program. ODI anticipates an initial focus on the following 2 program areas. 1. Preserve democratic institutions and processes. ODI will work with democratically oriented elements in labor, business, political organizations, government, and civil society to strengthen democratic institutions and processes. ODI will also work with media institutions through journalist training and other means to ensure balanced coverage of events and political matters in Venezuela. 2. Enhance dialogue/reconciliation/conflict mediation. Deprived of effective democratic means of expressing dissent, the opposition has been forced to implement work stoppages and marches to express its grievances. The most recent iteration ended in violence with over a dozen people killed and many more wounded. President Chavez has promised to institute roundtables and promote general dialogue among various societal groups to reduce tension. ODI will work with NGOs that seek to promote dialogue on an inclusive social and political agenda for Venezuela and open avenues of dialogue currently closed due to the polarization of the population. Through public debates, town hall meetings, and university-sponsored conferences, for example, ODI will. Page 10 of 49. 242. USAID, DI for TV commercials. Development Alternatives, Inc. Kayeg YK Puro con Kaye Mohno. Toir Hainair, Piso 2. Afisana 2B. URB. Et Rosal 1060 Caracas, Venezuela. Venezuela, Initiative para la
Construcción de Confianza. Ref. Grant Agreement between Development Alternatives, Inc. DI, and LB, KJ. B. O. Grant number G3822-101-008. Ref. USAID Contract No HDAC 0002000179 VICC Venezuelan Confidence Building Initiative. Dear OOXQ. In response to your proposal dated November 1, 2002, Development Alternatives, Inc., hereinafter, simply VICC/DI, is pleased to award, H, or the beneficiary, with a grant, in kind, of up to US $9,946.85 to be paid in local currency, UI support of its project Diálogo Social y Formación de Ciudadanía for the period between December 9, 2002 and February 7, 2003. The grant is financed by the United States Agency for International Development, USAID, through contract number HAD C00-02-00179 with DI, whose grant is to support the activities of the project, according to the attached program description, Annex 1, Program Budget, Annex 2, and Standard Provisions, Annex 3. The final proposal, Budget, and Standard Provisions, Annexes 1, 2 and 3, are considered integral parts of this grant agreement. All acquisitions made by DI on behalf of the beneficiary will be in accordance with USAID procurement regulations. The Chief of Party or Designated Program Development Officer, PDO, will make the 243 necessary decisions about any dispute arising from or related to this grant. All materials produced under the terms of this agreement, written, graphic, film, magnetic tape, or otherwise, shall remain the property of both the grantee and DI. Both the grantee and DI retain rights to publish or disseminate in all language reports arising from such materials, unless otherwise specified in this agreement. The rights and duties provided for in this paragraph shall continue, notwithstanding the termination of the contract or the execution of its other provisions. The grantee shall acknowledge the support of USAID in any report, audio or video materials, presentation, or document based in whole or in part on work performed under this agreement. Such acknowledgements shall be as follows. This workshop program, documents, radio advertisement etc. was prepared with funds provided by Development Alternatives, Inc., with financing from the U.S. Agency for International Development under contract number HDAC 00-02-00179 Venezuela Confidence Building Initiative Project, VICC. The party receiving the grant has full responsibility for executing the project or activity being supported by the grant and for complying with the award conditions. Although the receiving party is encouraged to ask for the opinion and support of V1CC/DI about any specific problems that may arise, this suggestion does not diminish the responsibility of the party receiving the grant. The latter party must apply solid technical and administrative criteria. The grant award does not imply that the responsibility for operative decisions has been transferred to VICC/DI. The party receiving the grant has the responsibility of notifying VICC/DI about any significant problems associated with the administrative or financial aspects of the grant award. All information and documents pertaining to this grant must be made available for 3 years following the termination of this grant. Final report. THIRD-Beneficiary will present the final project progress report before February 10, 2003 or within 15 days after the finalization of the last activity of the program should any delay occur during the implementation. The final report will include the accomplishment of the grant benchmarks or milestones for which the grant was awarded. The final report will consist of a technical report and a financial report. The beneficiary will send all reports to the designated Program Development Officer, B, CFO, VICC/DI Cattle QAK Puro con Calle Mogdano, Torre Hainer, Piso 2. Oficio 2B, URB. El Rosal 1060 Caracas, Venezuela. Authority. This grant is awarded in accordance with the authority contained in PX 08-164. As amended, hereafter referred to as the Act,
and Grant No. SLMACM 03GRQ0I between the United States Department of State and the National Endowment for Democracy, hereafter referred to as the Endowment. 2. Purpose. The purpose of this grant is to enable the grantee to carry out the project objectives shown in Attachment A Program Description, which are consistent with the purposes started in Section 502(b) of the Act. 3. Grant amount and budget. The amount obligated under this grant is S53.400, which is to be expended according to the GRAM budget shown in Attachment R. The grantee shall not use funds designated COR program costed to pay administrative costs, nor vice versa. Without written approval of the endowment, the grantee shall also obtain written approval from the endowment prior to making an expenditure which would increase costs in a major budget category within either the program or administrative costs budget by more than 15% or SS.000, whichever amount is larger, above the amount budgeted for that category. Adjustments among budget categories shall not result in an increase in the total amount of the grant. The endowment will not fund costs in excess of the grant amount shown above. 4. Grant period. The effective date of this GRAM is September 12, 2003. The expiration date of this grant is September 30.2004. All expenditures from grant funds must be either for authorized activities that take place or for authorized obligations that are incurred during this GRAM period, unless otherwise stated in the grant. Expenditures for costs incurred prior to the effective date or after the expiration date will be disallowed. Payments made after the expiration date for expenses incurred within the grant period are allowable. If the GRAM period is insufficient for satisfactory completion of the project objectives, the agreement may be amended to extend the period. The grantee must request the extension in writing prior to the current expiration date, explaining the circumstances which warrant the extension. Requests for amendments may. 246. Reference, F 2004-00521. Dear Mr. Big Wund, this acknowledges receipt of your December 5, 2003 letter requesting records under the provisions of the Freedom of Information Act, FOIA. Specifically, your request is for records pertaining to the Venezuelan organization called SUMATE, also called SUMATE, from January 2000 until the present. For identification purposes we have assigned your request the number referenced above. Please refer to this number in future correspondence. With regard to information requested on foreign organizations or companies, it is the CIA policy to neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of any CIA records. Unless officially acknowledged, such information would be classified for reasons of national security under Sections 1.5, c. Intelligence Sources and Methods Law and 1.5, d. Foreign Relations, of Executive Order 12958. Further, the Director of Central Intelligence has the responsibility and authority to protect such information from unauthorized disclosure in accordance with Section 103, EX6, of the National Security Act of 1947 and Section 6 of the CIA Act of 1949. Accordingly, your request is denied on the basis of FOIA exemptions, B1 and B3. By this action, we are neither confirming nor denying the existence or non-existence of such records. An explanation of cited FOIA exemptions is enclosed. The CIA official responsible for this denial is Robert T. Herman, Information and Privacy Coordinator. You may appeal this decision by addressing your appeal to the Agency Release Panel within 45 days from the date of this letter, in my care. Should you choose to do this, please explain the basis of your appeal. Sincerely, Robert T. Herman, Information and Privacy Coordinator. Enclosure 247. Freedom of Information Act Appeal. F 2004-00521. Agency Release Panel. Office of Information Services. Central Intelligence Agency. Washington, D.C. 20505. December 31, 2003. Dear Agency Release Panel, I am writing to appeal Robert T. Herman's December 24, 2003 denial of my FOIA request that the agency has numbered F 2004-00521 and which requested records pertaining to the Venezuelan organization called SUMATE, also called SUMATE, from January 2000 until the present. Mr. Herman's denial was framed as follows. With regard to information requested on foreign organizations or companies, it is the CIA policy to neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of any CIA records. Unless officially acknowledged, such information would be classified for reasons of national security under Sections 1.5 c and 1.5 d of Executive Order 12958. Further, the Director of Central Intelligence has the responsibility and authority to protect such information from unauthorized disclosure in accordance with Section 103, c. 6, of the National Security Act of 1947 and Section 6 of the CIA Act of 1949. Accordingly, your request is denied on the basis of FOIA exemptions, B.1, and B.3. By this action, we are neither confirming nor denying the existence or non-existence of such records. An explanation of cited FOIA exemptions is enclosed. The CIA official responsible for this denial is Robert T. Herman, Information and Privacy Coordinator. You may appeal this decision by addressing your appeal to the agency release panel within 45 days from the date of this letter, in my care. Should you choose to do this, please explain the basis of your appeal. 248. Mr. Herman's response is essentially the notorious Glomar response backed up by an executive order, 2 acts from the 1940s, of which constitute FOIA exemption, B.1, and FOIA exemption, B.3, the infamous sources and methods to protect CIA officers and agents from exposure. I should make it clear that I am not asking for information on CIA officers and agents, nor on the methodology of intelligence gathering. However, I do take exception to the first line of the first paragraph quoted above, which reads, with regard to information requested on foreign organizations or companies, it is the CIA policy to neither confirm nor deny the existence or non-existence of any CIA records. This is simply not true. The CIA, through its FOIA office, has released me an abundance of documentation regarding several foreign organizations. Allow me to list some of them here, citing URFs where these can be viewed. MRTA, http://jeremybigwood.net/foias/mrta. chanmrta/index.htm. More MRTA, http://jeremybigwood.net/foias/mrta. MRTA hostage crisis/index.htm. EPF, http://jeremybigwood.net/foias/epf/index.htm. FARC, EFN, http://usfumigation.org/fighteratour/foia Colombia Insurgents Drug Trade Chavindex.htm. FMFN, a large series of yearly analyses that I have not yet placed on the Internet. Through its FOIA office, the CIA has given me a copious volume of information of all of the above foreign organizations. So what Mr. Herman says about CIA policy does not hold up to the test. And why, if the agency is willing to give me all of this information on other FADN American organizations, is it not willing to give me information about SUMATE? The only difference I see between the listed foreign organizations I received responses on and SUMATE, which was denied, is that none of the organizations listed above has been supported by the CIA. Furthermore, the refusal of the CIA to 249. Release the information I request on SUMATE begs the logical question, what is the relationship between SUMATE and the CIA? Am I being denied the information I seek for the same reason that CIA FOIA office used when it also denied me information on Vladimiro Montesinos, who was receiving CIA funding? Such questions can only be answered by the rapid release of the information I seek. Please reconsider your position and release me the documents I seek as soon as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration. Respectfully yours. Jeremy Bigwood. 250. Glossary. AFL-CIO, appeared in 1955 when the two main U.S. unions active in Europe, the AFL, American Federation of Labor, represented by Irving Brown, and the CIO, Congress of Industrial Organizations, represented by Victor Reuther, joined forces to create the AFL-CIO, with the blessing of Averell Harriman, new administrator of the Marshall Plan, together with his emissary in Europe, Milton Katz. Since its beginnings, the AFL-CIO has directly participated in the destabilization of numerous countries in Europe and Latin America. It is the one organization that receives the most funding from USAID. Air Force Intelligence, AFI. According to its official description, its mission is espionage, surveillance, and aerial reconnaissance. The planes, which formerly were equipped only with photographic cameras, are now veritable flying fortresses, equipped for electronic warfare. This department is also responsible for the launching of spy satellites. Alianza Cívica de la Sociedad Civil, Civic Alliance of the Civil Society, supposedly an organism that unifies several civilian organizations for the defense of democracy in Venezuela. This organization signed a document which recognized the legitimacy of the insurgent government of Pedro Carmona, and it was one of the most active in approving the referendum recalling President Hugo Chavez. The organization's coordinator is Elias Santana. 251. American Center for International Labor Solidarity, ACIL's an alliance of unions, governments, and corporations in Latin America, fusing three international institutions: the African American Labor Center, AALC, the Asian American CAOFLI, SIC, and the AFL-CIO. The American Center for Workers' Solidarity, also known as the Solidarity Center, is headed by John J. Sweeney, the Secretary General of the AFL-CIO. The ACILS finances parties and social organizations to overthrow governments that are enemies of the United States. For example, in 2001 and 2002, through the mediation of this organization, USAID supplied salaried Cubans working for Washington with electronic communications equipment, books, and other propaganda materials, also cash payments, to create unions favorable to the U.S. American Institute for Free Labor Development, IFLD, financed by USAID and controlled by the CIA. The IFLD was created in February 1962 to control union movements in Latin America. An administrative council made up of powerful businessmen with vested interests in Latin America determines priority activities of the IFLD. The presidency is in the hands of the general director of the chemical giant, the W.R. Grace Corporation, and the president of the North American chapter of the Order of Malta, J. Peter Grace. The organization promotes the collaboration of classes and supports vertical unity between the labor unions and the bosses, mimicking a model common to fascist corporations. American Political Foundation, APF. The APF was born in 1979 from the alliance of the U.S. Republican and Democratic parties to strengthen the American bipartite system. Its first national president was a Republican, William Brock, while a Democrat, Charles Mannett, served as vice president in charge of finances. The APF took on the interchange between the two political parties in order to facilitate alliances with parties in other parts of the world. At the end of the 70s, once the political climate was modified, this organization created the Democratic Project, from which the NED emerged, to increase. 252. U.S. commitment to the promotion of democratic values abroad. Army Intelligence, AI. Army Intelligence is officially defined as one of the military espionage corps destined to facilitate strategic information to commando operatives. In truth, it is one of the minor departments within the intelligence community, but it is the most trustworthy whenever the U.S. is involved in armed conflict because its agents collect essential information on the spot. Center for International Private Enterprise, CIPE. It is another one of those centers for grant funds for the NED and acts as an affiliated and tax-free counterpart of the American Chamber of Commerce. This corporation was established in 1983 to support free trade policies and a number of business associations. Also, it is involved in the training of business leaders and their mobilization within political processes. In Eastern Europe, For example, CIPE directs support programs towards various business societies and it provides them with recommendations and assistance for legislative activities. Hungary, Romania, Czechoslovakia, and Poland were the recipients of this advice. The Krakow Industrial Society was formed in Poland in an attempt to publish a national newspaper. This publication was a response to an interest in cultivating and promoting a free enterprise system, in what is known in Western business jargon as good economic and democratic development. The board of directors is drawn from the business community. Included are William Archie and Richard Lesher of the Chamber of Commerce, representatives of the conservative think tanks such as in the Heritage Foundation Robert Krebel and in the Hoover Institution Peter Downham. At the present time, it is directed by Thomas J. Donahue, president of the Chamber of Commerce, the boss of bosses. Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. The Central Intelligence Agency was created in 1947 under the National Security Law. 253. Its responsibilities go beyond the simple collection of information. It is also called upon to intervene in nations where diplomacy has resulted insufficient and a military action would be counterproductive or inconvenient. Its activities include psychological warfare, financing pro-US political parties abroad, provocations, actions against unions, parties, or groups opposed to U.S. foreign policy, supporting and fomenting coups d'état, training mercenaries and armed groups. Secret special operations increased without limits during the early 1950s. The Iran-Contra scandal, financing the Contras in Nicaragua by illegally selling arms to Iran, and the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, BCCI, scandal, the preferred bank of the agency but also of the Medellin drug cartel, placed the CIA in the eye of the hurricane. The CIA was later discredited by revelations made during the Clinton's administration regarding the promulgation of torture techniques to diverse police, military, and intelligence organisms throughout the continent provided through manuals produced by the agency, for example, Training Manual for the Exploitation of Human Resources, and the atrocities committed by the CIA in Guatemala made public through hard evidence and documents, proof that the agency utilized and protected torturers. At the end of the Cold War, because of the lack of enemies, the CIA oriented its actions towards the collection of economic information, protecting U.S. interests in emerging markets and waging the war against terrorism and drug trafficking. While throughout Latin America amnesty laws that protect the dictators of the past are being questioned and reviewed for legality, the CIA remains unable to escape or accept the past. In August 2000, the agency denied the release of files proving its role in the coup d'état against Salvador Allende in Chile in 1973, at the hand of Augusto Pinochet. Centro al Servicio de la Acción Popular, Center for the Service o Popular Action, CSAP. This is characterized as a center at the service of social projects. It is financed by the United States and its directorship publicly justified the coup d'état against President Hugo Chavez in April 2002. 254. Centro de Divulgación del Conocimiento Económico, Center for the Publication of Economic Knowledge, CEDIS. Based in Caracas, it is characterized as a non-profit civilian association whose chief aim is to publicize political and economic philosophies giving priority to the free actions of individual initiative and the analysis of organizations and conditions that permit the existence of free societies. Actually, it is an investigative center that is funded by CIP and other American organizations in order to provide incentive for programs favoring the democratization of beneficiary countries and of incentives in the world economy. Committee of the Independent Political Electoral Organization, COPI, the party founded by Rafael Caldera, on January 13, 1946 in Caracas. Its tendency is Christian Socialist and it also goes by the names of Christian Socialist Party, Christian Democratic Party or, simply, the Christian Democrats. Confederación de Trabajadores Venezolanos, Confederation of Venezuelan Workers, CTV. The CTV is the country's most powerful union organization, with more than 1 million members. It was one of the main organizers of the strikes and protests in the 2 months that culminated in the attempted coup d'état against Hugo Chavez in April 2002. The then Secretary General of this confederation, Carlos Ortega, was closely connected to the president of the coups junta, businessman Pedro Carmona Estonga. Consejo de Empresarios Venezuela Estados Unidos, Council of Venezuelan and U.S. Businessmen, CVEU, an organization that groups Venezuelan businessmen with commercial, financial, and investment interests from the United States. Consejo Nacional Electoral, National Electoral Council, CNE, the electoral power of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, which organizes and supervises everything related to popular elections, by way of universal, direct, and secret. 255. Voting. It also has the ability to organize the elections of unions and of civilian organizations, whenever they so request. Among its functions, it regulates the electoral laws and resolves any doubts or problems resulting from any omissions within these laws. It issues direction in financial and political electoral matters and applies sanctions whenever laws have not been followed, and is able to declare null and void any election, either totally or partially. Coordinadora Democrática, Democratic Coordinator, CD, an organization grouping the broad spectrum of opposition to Hugo Chavez, which collected signatures for the referendum to recall the Venezuelan president. It includes groups from the extreme right, Primero Justicia, and the extreme left, Bandera Roja, the parties that were in power during the period 1959–1999, the Christian Socialist COPI and the Democratic Action, the Movement Towards Socialism, MAS, and others. Coordinadora Democrática NLCARAGUENSE, NLCARAGUA and Democratic Coalition, CD, an anti-Sandinista coalition financed by the United States which boycotted the 1984 Nicaraguan elections. DCI Strategic Warning Committee, this committee directs the entire protection and advisory warning system of the United States. It is made up of representatives of the CIA, DIA, NSA, State/INR and NEMA. Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA. It coordinates intelligence information obtained by the various branches of the armed services, Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Special Forces, and administers countermeasures, including the administration of security in the ultra-classified installations of the United States. It is the espionage department of the U.S. Army. Created in 1961, its chief mission is to facilitate intelligence to the commanders of the armed forces. 256. Democratic Action Party, AD. This party was founded in Caracas in 1941 by Romulo Betancourt, with social democratic tendencies. The party has held power on 6 occasions under Presidents Romulo Gallegos, Romulo Betancourt, Raúl Leoni, Carlos Andrés Pérez, twice, and Jaime Lucinchi. Department of State. It is the U.S. Department of Foreign Affairs and it has its own espionage service, but as in many cases, its agents are not exactly spies, rather, analysts and brainy specialists who deliver reports that enable the Secretary of State to hear what must be known, not what would like to be known, as stated in its official description. This department is intertwined with the rest of the intelligence community in order to digest all the information produced, but they do not collect data on the spot. They basically receive the information sent to the Department of State by the other spy agencies. Department of the Treasury. This department is a part of the intelligence community even though it possesses just a small division for the collecting of its own information. It is really fed by the intelligence sent to it by the rest of the agencies related to the international economic policies of the U.S. It advises the U.S. government when general economic policy decisions are to be taken, especially when they relate to international markets. Development Alternatives, Inc. Die private consulting business firm used by businessmen and governments, with headquarters in the U.S. It was founded in Washington in the 70s and in recent years has been operating mainly in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Liberia, using USAID funding. It supports the undercover operations of the U.S. government. Embassy Political Office, pull off the political office in the embassies of the United States throughout the world, headed generally by a CIA or other U.S. intelligence officer. Federal Bureau of Investigation, FBI. The FBI is the spy agency with powers to execute activities within U.S. territory. 257. It really has the characteristics of a federal police force. It can act in any of the states, but one of its prime missions is to generate intelligence for decisions made on interior policies. It is the oldest of the intelligence agencies. It was founded in 1908, even though it was not until 1935 that it received the name by which it is known today. Free Trade of the Americas Act, FTAA, the area of free trade in the Americas, known in Spanish as ALCA. It appeared in 1994 and pretends to promote U.S. economic annexation of Latin America. Free Trade Union Institute, FTUI. This is the only basic nucleus of the NED which preceded it, and it is the most complicated. It was created in 1962 as part of the Alliance for Progress initiative developed by President John F. Kennedy. It continued the work which the Free Trade Union Committee, FTUC, carried out with the CIA. This committee had been founded in 1944 to fight the left-wing tendencies of European unions. The board of directors is comprised of leaders of the AFL-CIO. The FTUI, a bipartisan group, supported President Ronald Reagan's Central American policies and channeled funds from the NED to the Nicaraguan opposition and, in 1986, for the newspaper La Prensa. It was a funnel for the grants that the NED set aside for union groups and for the independent press in the Soviet Union and other countries of Eastern Europe. The Department of International Affairs, to which FTUI belongs, is the nerve center for this organization's formation of foreign policy and for its global operations. From its inception, this institute has been strongly liked not only with the government of the United States but also with the multinational corporations that invest in Latin America, with the CIA and, since 1984, with the NED network. Among the many outstanding achievements of FTUI's interventionist activities, its participation in the elections of Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines stands out. In 1984, the FTUI created headlines because of the transferal of funds made by the NED, using this institute, for two French groups opposed to the policies of President François Mitterrand. 258. Freedom of Information Act, FOIA. On March 12, 1997, the Committee on Government Reform and Oversight approved and adopted a report entitled A Citizen's Guide on Using the Freedom of Information Act and the Privacy Act of 1974 to request government records. The Freedom of Information Act establishes the presumption that all persons have access to documents in the possession of the distinct agencies and departments of the U.S. government by following FOIA regulations to request such documents and information. Supposedly, documents in the possession of other entities associated with the federal government are also subject to FOIA, including private entities that receive government funding. Nevertheless, FOIA also includes a series of exemptions that enable any agency or entity to deny the release or declassification of information in the name of national security, to protect the privacy of individuals or trade secrets, the functioning of the government or other important interests. Global Positioning Systems, GPS. The GPS is a group of satellites, 24 to be exact, orbiting the Earth, facilitating the location of persons, objects, buildings, etc., using portable receivers or stations. Guarimba, method used by the Venezuelan opposition to boycott government acts, consisting in violent occupation of the streets, destruction of buildings, firing weapons, all intended to incite a repressive governmental reaction. During tense moments, these activities, taking place particularly in areas of Caracas inhabited by the upper class, have resulted in the enclosure of the residents and thus generated hostile feelings. Information and Technology Enterprise, Intesa enterprise that was composed of Petróleos de Venezuela S.A. PDVSA, and the U.S. Multinational Science Applications International Corporation, SAIC, to control all the information of Venezuela's state-owned oil company, PDVSA. It was 259. A project prompted by the so-called nomina mayor of PDVSA and put into the hands of the SAIC, a facade for the CIA, all the information and intelligence of the world's largest petroleum enterprise. Its initial investment was contributed by Venezuela, which had a right to only 40% of shares. Such a business deal was justified by the fact that this arrangement would drastically lower the costs of computer services, but this did not happen and SAIC charged its partner PFSA around $80 million annually. Intesa not only controlled all of PFSA's vital information, it could also manipulate it and even intervene at will and without scruples. Their servers housed all the financial, technical, budgetary, and business data of the enterprise. During the oil industry strike of 2002 to 2003, Intesa was the principal participant in the sabotage of the petroleum industry. PFSA decided not to renew the contract upon expiration and SAIC sued them for expropriation. This was ratified by OPEC, but not accepted by the Venezuelan government. Iniciativa para la construcción de confianza, Initiative for the construction of confidence, VICC, officially a program of USAID and DI in Venezuela. It commenced on August 1, 2002 with the goal of providing opportune and flexible assistance in order to strengthen democracy in Venezuela. International Military Education and Training, IMET. This program is the backbone of collective professionalism and military education of the United States, outside of its borders. It offers opportunities for the professional development of very carefully selected soldiers and civilian candidates. It grants funds to military and civilian personnel in associated nations, so that they may attend professional development courses in U.S. military academies. Many of the graduates advance in their careers until they reach high-ranking levels in the directorships of their respective military and governmental institutions. International Republican Institute, IRI. The IRI is headed by Senator John McCain, who lost the 2002 primary election 260 to George Bush, and who is now the main congressional defender for the global war against terrorism. It is the Republican Party section within the NED. Marine Corps Intelligence, MCI. The MCI is specialized in rapid military intervention operations, from landings to invasions, using lightning attacks to rescue hostages, etc. The MCI is little more than a link in the network of espionage departments, especially in naval jurisdictions, but also related with the Air Force. Its analysts, above all else, draft plans for all possible scenarios so that, once the moment arises to execute a mission, everything is meticulously planned, to the point of routine. Movimiento al Socialismo, Movement Towards Socialism, MOS, composed originally of members ousted from the Communist Party or from ultra-radical organizations. It became allied with traditional parties forming in opposition to President Hugo Chavez. It took part in the so-called Democratic Coordinator that demanded a referendum to depose Chavez. Movimiento Bolivariano Revolucionario, Revolutionary Bolivarian Movement, MBR 200, organized and led by Hugo Chavez. It was born on November 17, 1982, following the oath sworn by a small group of fellow soldiers, at Samandagir, a location that was once an encampment of Simon Bolivar. In 1997, it was transformed into Movimento V Republica. Movimento V Republica, Movement V Republic, MVR, founded on October 21, 1997 in Caracas, with Hugo Chavez as its general director. It is the electoral version of the Revolutionary Bolivarian Movement 200, also created by Chavez in the 80s. It could not present a candidate in the elections because of legal impediments contained in the Political Parties Act, that prohibited the use of the name Bolivarian, since this is a national symbol and Bolivar's name cannot be used. 261. For any party affiliations. For that reason, the name V Republic was adopted. In other words, it was hinting at the creation of a new republic and at the same time maintaining the already well-known combination of phonetics and initials, MBR and MVR. National Democratic Institute for International Affairs, ND. This institute is headed by Madeleine K. Albright. It is the section of the Democratic Party within the NED and self-defines itself as a non-profit organization for the consolidation and amplification of democracy in the world. National Endowment for Democracy, NED, officially created on November 6, 1982, the NED was established by statute as a non-profit organization, yet its financing is approved by Congress and included in the chapter of the Department of State budget destined for the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID. In order to maintain the illusion that it is a private organization,
the NED also receives very small donations from 3 associations, which are also indirectly financed by federal contracts: the Smith-Richardson Foundation, the John M. Olin Foundation and the Lindy and Harry Bradley Foundation. The majority of the historic figures linked to clandestine CIA actions have at some time been members of the Board of Directors or the Administrative Council of the NED, including Otto Reich, John Negroponte, Henry Cisneros, and Elliot Abrams. The present chairman of the NED Board of Directors is Ven Weber, founder of the ultra-conservative organization Empower America, and campaign fundraiser for George W. Bush in 2000. NED's president is Carl Gershman, an ex-Trotskyist Gonorrhea, and once a member of the Social Democrats, USA, who later joined the growing club of neoconservative and Reagan-Bush hawks. National Imagery and Mapping Agency, NEMA. This used to be known as the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, belonging to the U.S. Department of Defense and developing, among many things, aeronautical map making. Originally they 262. NEMA was a department within the Air Force Intelligence Agency until, in 1996, it left to become a new intelligence agency. From that time onward, part of the information obtained from the surveillance satellites, photographic, is later analyzed in this department, which receives the information to draft maps or to locate possible objectives. National Intelligence Office for Warning. The mission of this office is to advise and assist the CIA director in all surveillance matters, and also to coordinate activities for national intelligence. Its sources are located outside of the United States. This office is expected to directly alert the President and the National Security Council in the case of danger to national security. National Reconnaissance Office, NRO. This office is responsible for the enormous U.S. operation via satellite. It has been in operation since the 60s, but its existence was not revealed until 1992, when Washington declassified its name. Even though satellite launching depends on the Air Force, the control of all the satellites once they are in orbit corresponds to the NRO, which directs various other programs such as reconnaissance and surveillance satellites, and those that spy on defense signals or communications. National Security Agency, NSA. Even though this agency is somewhat unknown, it spends nearly 1/2 of the annual espionage budget of the United States. Founded in 1952 by President Harry Truman, the NSA is responsible for espionage of foreign communications. Its star program is called Echelon and has spy stations all over the world in order to intercept international communications. National Security Council, NSC. The NSC is a group that designs policy for the Army and for the intelligence services of the nation, concerning matters of national and international security. It answers directly to the President. It has a secret committee known as Committee 5412, which directs the Black 263 or undercovered operations, and also a subcommittee, Subcommittee Pi 40, that directs and controls covered-up policies. Navy Intelligence, NI. It is the area of espionage used by the U.S. Navy. Its mission consists of providing vital information to the fleet, wherever it may be located. All U.S. naval bases in the world include a division of the Naval Security Group, whose fundamental mission is espionage. New York Police Department, NYPD. The Police Department of the City of New York. Office of Transition Initiatives, OD. It is an institution that is created in countries where the U.S. would like to exert its influence when faced with governments that have not yet acceded to U.S. interests. The web page of the Embassy of the United States in Caracas reads, "The OTPs have arisen to administer assistance programs in the countries of the former communist bloc who are in a transition phase towards full democracy and towards a free trade economy. Since 1994, they are established through the initiative of the USAID to offer a response in countries that are passing through a significant and sometimes rapid political transition, which may or may not be accompanied by a social and/or economic crisis. The OD evaluates, designs and executes programs that are characterized as being expeditious, flexible, innovative, tangible, motivated, catalytic and openly political, and which remove the root causes of crisis. The ODAs have been used in Kosovo, Haiti, Indonesia, Peru, Guatemala, the Philippines, and Colombia, among other nations. Generally speaking, the USAID orientates its ODAs to put in place relationships with political organizations, communications media, and non-governmental organizations, and to supply the finances and training necessary to obtain the desired results. In Venezuela, it was created in July of 2002 in the United States Embassy in Caracas. Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC. It was founded in Baghdad on September 14, 1960 and has 264. Its headquarters in Vienna. Its aims are the unification and coordination of petroleum policies of the member nations, defending their interests as producer countries. It arose as a reply to the decrease of the official price of petroleum, agreed upon unilaterally by the large distributing companies in August of 1960. Initially there were 5 member countries: Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, and Venezuela. It grew to include another 6 members: Qatar, Indonesia, Libya, the United Arab Emirates, Algeria, and Nigeria. Ecuador and Gabon used to be members. Other important petroleum-producing countries are not members of OPEC: Canada, Mexico, Norway, the United States, Russia, and Oman. Patria para Todos, Homeland for All, PPT, born on September 26, 1997 during a public ceremony in the Radio City Theatre in Caracas, resulting from a division within the party, La Causa. From inception, the PPT put all its efforts into the struggle against social exclusion and offered a humanist project whose central theme was the integral development of mankind. Declaration of Principles. Some of the members are Aristobullo Isturiz, José Albornoz, Rafael Uzacategui, Jacobo Torres, Xiomara Lucena, Rodolfo Sanz, Leilas Pease, and Vladimir Villegas. Petróleos de Venezuela, Venezuelan Petroleum, S.A. PDVSA. It is the most important petroleum enterprise in the world and it belongs to the Venezuelan government. Founded on January 1, 1976 with the aim of being in charge of the national petroleum industry and all its planning, coordination, and supervision, it concluded the process of returning the hydrocarbon rights worked by the foreign companies on Venezuelan soil. At the present time, PDVSA produces more than 3 million barrels per day, it refines more than 1 million barrels daily and exports more than 2.5 million barrels of hydrocarbons on a daily basis. Plan Bolívar. The Bolívar Plan. It was installed in 1999 upon the arrival in power of Hugo Chavez. It is an association of PDVSA with the National Armed Forces to contribute to the 265 improvement of the social structure and standard of living, to offer complete services to the poorest of the population, in education, focusing on building repairs and maintenance, in the infrastructure, modernizing the public roads system, in housing, of great interest to the homeless, in alimentation, bringing within reach of those who most need it, sufficient quality coupled with reasonable prices. Polo Patri 6 TICO, Patriotic Pole, PP political coalition composed of the Movement Towards Socialism, MOS, the Republic V Movement, MVR, and Homeland for All, PPP, parties, all supporters of Hugo Chávez's candidacy in the presidential campaign of 1998 and resulting in victory. Senior Executive Intelligence Brief, SEB. The name of the Memorandum for Executive Officers in the principal U.S. intelligence services, with fairly broad distribution. It generally contains information summarizing intelligence activities and has a tendency to be careful about protecting sources and the methods used to obtain the information. The precursor of this type of report, in the FBI and the CIA, was Richard Clarke, coordinator of anti-terrorist activities for the National Security Council, NSC. The Punto Fijo Pact, faced with the proximity of general elections in 1958, and then with 2 attempted military coups, the presidential candidates of the Democratic Action Party, the Democratic Republican Union, THIRD, and the Committee of the Independent Political Electoral Organization, Romulo Betancourt, Jovito Villalba, and Rafael Caldera, respectively, met on October 31 of that year in Caldera's residence, Punto Fijo Estate in Caracas, to sign a pre-electoral pact, that basically agreed to a system of alternating the power.
Excluded from the pact, intentionally, was the Communist Party of Venezuela, even though it was part of the patriotic junta. Likewise, left out was Republican Integration Movement, having as members many well-known personalities. In November 1958, the THIRD candidate, Rear Admiral Wolfgang Larrazábal removed himself from the presidency of the government. 266. Meant junta in order to dedicate himself to the presidential campaign. Only AD and Copi stayed in the pact, agreeing to establish a government of national unity, in which one of the signing pact members would have equal representation in the executive cabinet of the winner of the election. The Supreme Council of Private Enterprise, COSEP. It was founded on February 16, 1972 with the name COSEP, supposedly a civilian non-profit association. It pulled together the Nicaraguan private big business sector and was the heart and nerve center of the CDN parties. More than any other social sector of the country, the COSEP was the one that has always had the closest and most direct ties with the U.S. Embassy. It united the class that ruled Nicaragua until 1979 with the U.S. government and with the CDN parties, dominating them completely. United States Agency for International Development, USAID. It functions as an instrument of CIA penetration into civil society, by enabling the legitimate funding of millions of dollars to promote U.S. foreign policy abroad and influence internal politics of foreign nations while avoiding congressional scrutiny. United States Information Agency, USIA. This agency is part of the U.S. Department of State. During William Clinton's presidency, starting precisely on October 1, 1999, after 46 years acting as the Organization of Public Diplomacy, the USIA ceased to exist as such and its functions were absorbed within the Department of State, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Unión Nacional Opositora de Nicaragua, UNO, Nicaragua National Opposition Union Party, one. It was founded on May 29, 1986, was composed of CDN members, among whom were former Somoza supporters and ex-communists. Their common ground was an anti-Sandinista point of view. 267. Eva Golinger is a Venezuelan-American attorney specializing in international human rights and immigration law. Having grown up in the United States, Golinger moved to Venezuela in the mid-1990s to discover her Venezuelan roots. She lived nearly 5 years in the Andean city of Mérida, Venezuela, writing, teaching and singing in a band. Golinger studied music from the age of 6 and entered into the music department at Sarah Lawrence College in early 1991, majoring in vocal music. But during her university years, she switched her major to political science and law and became particularly interested in the history of U.S. interventions in Latin America. Subsequently, she earned her Juris Doctorate from the City University of New York Law School. Since Chavez won the presidency in 1998, Golinger has been writing about the social and political changes in Venezuela. Her articles are widely published on the Internet and in Venezuelan newspapers. In 2003 she began investigating U.S. involvement in the April 2002 coup against President Chavez and has uncovered more than $20 million in financing to anti-Chavez groups from the U.S. government. In October 2004, she obtained top-secret documents from the CIA, declassified under the Freedom of Information Act demonstrating prior knowledge and complicity in the coup. Ms. Gollinger's work has been covered by the New York Times, The Washington Post Newsday, Chicago Tribune, International Herald Tribune, The Wall Street Journal, Los Angeles Times and other major media around the world. She currently resides between New York and Caracas, Venezuela. The Chavez Code is her first book. A. Imprenta. Alejo Carpenter. 0. *. Boston Public Library. 39,999-05225951-0. Follow the money, Deep Throat advised the Washington Post reporters who uncovered the Watergate scandal in 1972. The Chavez Code is a groundbreaking book which reminds us of this advice. This book contains a series of documents exposing the truth about events that have rocked Venezuelan public opinion over the last 3 years. The reader will find irrefutable evidence of the extent of U.S. intervention in this Latin American country, and a warning about the bag of tricks used by the U.S. to try to conceal TDS assassinations, terrorism, and war against Venezuela. Eva Golinger is a Venezuelan-American attorney specializing in international human rights and immigration law. In 2004, she obtained top-secret documents from the CIA, the State Department and other government entities, declassified under the Freedom of Information Act, demonstrating the Bush government's prior knowledge and complicity in the April 2002 coup d'état against President Hugo Chavez. She has also brought to light the more than $20 million given by the U.S. government to finance anti-Chavez groups in Venezuela. Her findings have been widely published in major U.S. and Venezuelan newspapers. Editorial Jose Marti.